Hello, 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 and welcome to another show live at the Waterhole. I hope you're excited for all sorts of weird and wonderful things that we might see. My name is Taylor McCurdy, and like I said, this is a live and interactive show. So I would, of course, love to have some chats with you today because I don't really like the sound of my own voice and I can go on and on and on. And for the last couple of days, we've had some interesting conversations. So of course, we're here to talk about wildlife, but if you have any questions about conservation or the safari industry or anything along those lines, you can do so. And how you can do that is you can head over to the WildEarth website, you can download the WildEarth app and use the question box or the website itself. Otherwise, you can use Twitter. Just remember to hashtag WildEarth and then also use YouTube if that's your preferred method of watching. The YouTube chat is there and available, and I'll occasionally scroll through it too, just in case there's something interesting that that I might pick up, maybe worth discussing. But what I'll do is I'll just give a couple of minutes for a few of you to jump on and say hello. Juliet, you've said you are ready to be immersed. Well, let's not wait any longer. So, as I'm sure you can see if you're a regular watcher or if you can read on the top left corner of your screen, we are in Okokuyo, which is in Etosha National Park in Namibia. We're not in South Africa right now. I am in South Africa, though. I am currently at my house, which is in Hoedspruit. So, I'm not based at all of the different locations, but we have access to these wonderful live cameras, which means we can watch wildlife all over the world. We'll have a couple on today. We'll have King's Camp, we'll have Juma, we'll have, of course, Okokuya and hopefully Jamala at some point. And then later on after 12, we'll also spend a bit of time with some different cameras. So that's something to look forward to. But for now, usual suspects. I think I can say the same thing every single day. All of the springbuck. There's actually a lot of them today. I'm sure the gemsbok, some giraffe, elephants, and impala, and kudu, of course, will also make their way down to have a drink. I'm still waiting to see a rhinoceros, a black rhino. We see the midden on the right-hand side, sort of the lower quarter of the screen, but I've yet to see one. Although most of the time the rhinos are being seen at night if we continue to watch these cameras, because they're also live streamed all day long. If you have been watching and you've seen anything interesting when live at the Waterhole is not in operation, let us know. Let me know. Let us know. I don't know why I say let us know. It's just me sitting here. Oh, I see that Leopard Lover has joined. You said, woohoo, time to chill, but you left your earbuds, your headphones at home though. Oh no, I'm so sorry. You'll have to turn it down. Justin, you said, hey Taylor. Raj, you've said hello or hi. And Minty Magic, hello, hello, hello. Great to see you all. It's nice to see some familiar names. I was actually up quite late last night and I was reading research articles of different kinds, just trying to find some new studies that are being conducted on wildlife and ecosystems and how climate change is shaping the environments as we know them. There's a lot of changes that are happening. We'll probably get into that a little bit later once a few more of you jump on and start chatting. So I'm just gonna sit and enjoy for a bit. You can Maybe we'll hear some birds. I can't really hear much right now. I did hear a little bit of chatter from people, but I can't even hear the crows. And the crows are normally resident around here, and we constantly hear their gurgling calls. I think they're crows or ravens. I always. Oh goodness! I think I spoke the entire time and had myself on mute. That's not very smart. Eleanor, so you're wondering when is the rain going to fall in Okakuyo? It typically rains now from October all the way through to April. But it's been relatively dry all over southern Africa. Well, okay, I say this, but there has been a lot of flooding. Cape Town has also had quite a bit of, well, the Western Cape has had quite a bit of rain. But as you can see, there's been no rain here, like not a cloud in sight. And before the rain arrives, we start to see the clouds building. They'll sort of build in the late afternoons and then dissipate. And this can go on, or it just really depends, but it can go on for a week or two, sometimes even just a couple of days, depending um, just depending on whether or not there are a lot of low pressure cells forming. And then eventually the clouds will just burst, and we'll have an opportunity, hoping during the day while Live at the Waterhole is live. We're able to see some big thunderstorms. I think this is going to be spectacular with the flat landscape and the big open skies. It's going to be truly wonderful. So that's what I obviously, one of the things that I really love about being in nature is that every season is so different. And the way that animals behave, or the way that uh, the landscape starts to change, is so fascinating. We're going to start to see more of the migratory birds arriving. It's a bit risky for lots of. Sorry about that, everybody. There are a lot of migratory birds that should hop around. I don't know how many of them we're going to be seeing at this waterhole. There's not much. There's no vegetation on the edges there. There's no, you know, logs to have certain animals that like to perch on, or certain birds that like to perch on logs to sit. So it's difficult. It's quite limiting. I was saying the other day that I'm so surprised that the little grebes live here. So those, we often see them, the tiny little blackbirds that are just zooting around. Or there's two of them that live at this pan, and it's just really not what their habitat typically looks like. Yes, they do like open water. There's no vegetation around. There's no nesting opportunities for them here. So it's crazy how wildlife can adapt. My goodness, look at all those kudu that have come down to have a drink. Let's have a closer look at them on the left-hand side. It's nice to see that in just a couple of minutes how much life can actually arrive at Waterhole. There they are. As you know, that the cameras do take a little bit of time to move around. So look at them. Actually, that's surprising. Most of these kudu seem to be bulls of varying ages. Gosh, and they are such magnificent animals. They are so big, so tall. In fact, they're so tall. I was actually talking about it the other day that their shoulder height is almost the same height as me. It's 160 centimeters. That would be an adult, of course. And I stand at 172. You can imagine with their heads and uh, and those horns. Wow, gosh, it's like I have to look up at them basically to see them. And when they walk past my fence, they just dwarf it completely. But so lovely to see so many of them together. In South Africa, especially in the Sabi Sand and the Kruger, we don't really see big herds of intermixed sexes together. We typically see females with one male, maybe some youngsters in the group. Also, just depends if it's breeding season or not, which it isn't at the moment. Most of the kudus are having their youngsters or already have had their young. They try and coincide it with the rainy seasons, but um, yeah, that's obviously it hasn't rained very much. Still enough though. Everything is looking so green, not quite lush yet, but definitely green. So it's always really impressive to see that. But once again, we know that they don't stick around at the water holes for too long. They are as efficient as they need to be. They come down, have a drink, quench their thirst, and then off they go to find suitable browsing opportunities, which is quite a walk to the nearest tree line. We don't really see many stopping and feeding around these little pockets of trees. And the long line of zebra now meandering in one small group, heading out. I see there's some really interesting comments coming in on YouTube. Leopard lover, just going back to talking about bird. You said if I were a bird, I would spy on people all day and probably forget to eat. I think I would do the same thing. I'm so nosy. I would most certainly do that. I also fly around and find people who have wronged me and defecate on them. I'm just teasing. I wouldn't do that, but I think it would be quite funny. Oh, and then again, I just want to apologize. I think the audio broke up a little bit earlier, and you missed a bit of what I was saying. I can't remember exactly what I was saying. And of course, that was my dog barking in the background. Sorry. Hi, Catherine. Great to have you on board once again. You've also said hello to Tucker. Well, there we go. He barked in excitement that you have joined. I also hope we can see some birds today. It's always tricky around this pan, unfortunately, because it is so far away from the waterhole. So we just have the residents of blacksmith lapwings, the pied crows, and I actually don't even see the little grebes today, which is the bird that I was talking about, but I might have just missed them. But it's very limiting around here. That's why a few people that I know that have created man-made water holes have actually tried to well, sort of tried their best to add a bit of diversity in terms of plants and just like resting positions. So I was mentioning this earlier, adding a big a big log somewhere, whether you put it vertically, horizontally, probably the two, and even having some shrubs right at the edge of the water. You'll find a lot of the smaller bird species will use that to hide in and then go and have a drink. And then even introducing, a papyrus of some kind or reed, and maybe even some floating vegetation like the water lilies. And then that just, of course, increases diversity of animal species that will come on by. But here in this very arid environment in the Etosha, it's, as you can imagine, it's very difficult. There's not really much that grows around here. You'll get some types of grasses. They're going to have to be quite hardy. And apparently there's mapani in the tree line. We've got leadwood to the left. And then a couple of acacia species, the water acacia, tends to thrive in this area too. But if you head a little bit further north from here and you actually get to the Etosha Pan itself, which is one of the largest salt pans in the world, Etosha and Makgadikgadi in Botswana. So I haven't spent time here. I've only spent time in the Makgadikgadi salt pan, and it is absolutely stunning. And they're fairly similar. They were both formed in kind of the same way, really, where tectonic plates had shifted, and this changed the course of the major river system. So here in Etosha, it was the Kunene River that used to flow into these pans. But with a bit of rain, this area won't flood too much. But like I said, in Etosha Pan, it will form little natural pools of water. And then if you get exceptional rainfall, it can actually turn into a lake. A very shallow lake, though, like it once was. But it would have been a bit deeper back then. Wait, everybody's running. Springbok desperately getting out of the water. Very vulnerable if you stick them there. But they're looking back. So I suspect it's just maybe some movement or voices from the people that are in all the different accommodation, the chalets that kind of line this waterhole. King LK, you said you're coming to South Africa for the first time. That's wonderful news. So it's going to be next year. Can you tell me where you're going? I'd like to hear more. Maybe we can have a chat, or I can give you some tips of places to visit or other cool things to do. Leopard Lover, you said that Tucker, my dog, needs a treat. And then say it's from everybody that is watching. I don't know where he's gone now. Oh, we've got with all the rain that we've had here, my swimming pool has gone an interesting color. So the guys are just here just to try and correct it, because I don't know how to test for pH and blah 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 and all those things to make it a perfect level. So he's following the gentleman that's here right now, which is he's living his best life. So you can have a treat a bit later, although he's spoiled.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by it.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
Now everything else has disappeared and the springbok have just really taken over the waterhole again. However, I've got a bit of a surprise for you. So let's head over to Madikwe in South Africa. Look at this. Look. The camera has been moved. So if you're only joining us for the first time, the camera actually used to be positioned quite far to where the left-hand side of the screen is, and it was slightly lower down. But I actually quite enjoy this angle. We get to see, I think, higher up, which is great, so we can see what animals are lingering around. Now imagine if the predators start moving into this area, would see lions sitting in the shade of some of the sickle bush. So that's really awesome. And I didn't even realize that there was an island, but where the elephant is standing. But this pan has flooded quite nicely, and that's just all thanks to the water that is being pumped here. So good news. Let me know what you think of the camera. Did you prefer the old position, or do you prefer this one? King LK, I see you've just responded. You says you're going to the Kruger National Park and you'll be staying quite close to the Kruger Gate, so the Paul Kruger Gate. Oh, that's a wonderful area. Are you going to be self-driving, or will you be doing drives in and out of the Kruger with sort of an established safari company? Either way, you're still going to have a great time. Skakuza, Lower Sabi, Crocodile Bridge, all those areas that are down in the south are exceptional places. I also like around Numbi and Fabeni. I've quite often towards Fabeni seen what have I seen there? Was it sable? Yeah, I've seen some sable sightings around the rocky outcrops, so keep an eye out for them. And then also great for wild dogs, especially the Skakuza area. So I'm fingers crossed that you're going to have a magical time down there. It's been a very long time since I spent down in the southern parts of Kruger. I used to work at Sabi Sabi, which is basically, if you go through to Paul Kruger Gate, you go over the bridge and you're on the Sabi River, you look left, and everything to the left is pretty much all Sabi Sabi, which was really cool. I miss spending time down there. Right, elephant, where are you going? You got to just cross the water there. It's not very deep. No? Are you going in? Yes. Wally and Patisse have you've both said that you prefer this, and you think the view is much better. I concur. I completely agree with you. It is really wonderful. One of my favorite, I suppose, features that I've already picked up. Can you see on the left hand side of the screen? There's the most wonderful animal pathway coming down here that's just been carved into the earth by buffalo, by elephant, zebra, impala, warthogs, everything that's been moving on. So we'll now be able to pick out the prominent trail network that the animals prefer to use. I'm hoping that we get warthogs that come down. There were a few here a little bit earlier. Where are you running? Why are you running? The lodge is just to the left of us, so it could be people moving around. Maybe someone sneezed really loudly. Who knows? And then the elephant on the right that we just saw just coming back around this side by the looks of it. Yeah, you can see the wet trunk. Perhaps going to come around to have a drink. So where this little protrusion, can I call it a peninsula? Or not. But that where the rocks are sort of in this, that's where the water pipe is, or it's somewhere around here. There must be something there. Maybe it's people, and that's why that elephant reacted the way that it did, just sort of shooing its trunk forward in the direction of of whatever the threat is, but nothing too serious. Picasso, you're wondering if you get brown hyenas in this area? Yes, yes, you absolutely do. So Madikwe is an enormous reserve. It's 75,000 hectares. I know I mentioned, for those of you that have heard me say this 1,000 times, and every other naturalist, I just can't get over how big it is. It's not the biggest privately owned game reserve in South Africa, but it must be a close second or third. Swalu in the Kalahari is the largest privately owned game reserve. I think it stands at about 120,000 hectares, which is enormous too. But anyways, so this is the perfect environment for brown hyena. It's arid, and that species of hyena is actually highly adaptable and prefers this. Where spotted hyenas, of course, you can find them in most places too. I feel like all animals are just, and some are better than others at just being able to make do with what they have. Diet, of course, is going to be a limiting factor. So yeah, there was a zebra carcass. Well, it was a zebra that unfortunately got stuck in the mud at this water hole, and then they dragged it out. It's a man-made water hole. Having a carcass like that in a small water point like this is definitely going to pollute it. So I would have done the same thing. I would have pulled it out, and they didn't pull it out too far. They just took it out of the water, and then we watched a variety of animals feast on it. But in the evenings, the brown hyenas actually came through and took care of most of it. But they're shy. They're predominantly on their own. Only time you might see a couple together is maybe at a den site. But when you see them out in the open, yeah, they're just by themselves. So we don't see big groups of them. I have seen brown hyenas coming out during the day in the Eastern Cape. We used to see it quite often, but I can't speak for Madikwe Game Reserve, unfortunately, because I've never been here. Also, bucket list place to go to. I think it would be so much fun. I'd actually like to walk, just walk and walk and walk on Madikwe. Can you imagine the encounters that you could possibly have? Everyone is settled down now. It looks like there's a fire in the background. Can you all see that? So from where the elephant is, if you go straight back to the mountain range, I don't know if I'm just seeing something. Am I? Does anyone else see that? That black trail of smoke? So I need to go to the optometrist to get my eyes checked anyways. Well, now I'm not so sure because now it looks like it's moving away. I think there might be a little fire back there. Quite normal for this time of the year. I'm also just keeping my eyes out for any other birds. So on the left-hand side of this waterhole, there's a bunch of logs and rocks, and that's where we typically see a lot of bird life. It's the only thing now with this camera being in this position is it's going to be tricky to see what's going on there. There's often lots of sparrows, but we're very far away, so it's not going to be ideal. Can we have a closer look at the zebra? Let's see what they're up to. There we go, just standing casually. Something that I haven't seen while we've been at Jamala for the last few days is the zebra, the wildebeest. I actually haven't seen any wildebeest coming down to drink, but zebra and wildebeest, we were watching them uh, feast upon the soil, getting all sorts of minerals from it. That's what we call geophagy. And it's strange that they have not been doing it. Perhaps there is some more lush greener vegetation somewhere that they're quite happy with and they're getting enough of their nutrients. But yeah, it's just funny how they just all stop. just standing now out in the open, tails swishing. Bundu Basha, you said that the smoke was, well, what I thought was smoke was moving from left to right. So you think it was maybe a dust devil. You're quite right. So I bounce between YouTube and the stream that I use, because the stream that I use is not as clear, which I struggle to see details sometimes. So thank you so much for pointing that out. I didn't even see it moving from left to right. It just looked like it like completely dissipated. Hence why I was questioning myself. And then I also saw that Patisse, you said, oh my goodness, walking safaris would scare you, but you do dive with sharks. My goodness, I have got an irrational fear of sharks. I am so terrified of them. And I think if I ever got lost out at sea and I saw, well, lost out at sea and was in the water, I'd have a heart attack and be fine. But if I don't even know what I'd do if I see a big shark on a boat. I haven't, touch wood. I have done a little bit of diving, but really not much to even say that I have any experience in it. And then I have swam in deep parts of the different parts of the ocean, especially in Kenya, where we were swimming around once around this huge rock. And then some wild dolphins joined us, which was really epic. And they spent a bit of time. I was really seasick too. I'm the worst. I have such bad motion sickness. I'm pretty sure I have an inner ear imbalance, and that's why I get sick all the time. And yeah, so that was such a great experience. But then I was like, oh my gosh, there could also be sharks around here, because that was an area where tiger sharks like to frequent. Immediately got back in the boat and was much happier to be hanging off the side getting sick rather than being in the water. Not for me. Not for me. I'm always terrified of sharks, even though there's a very, very, very small chance of being attacked by one. Darkman Lover, you said that you're excited to see me here at the Waterhole. Thank you. Did you say me or the elephant? Oh, I suppose it could be both. It's nice to have you on board again. Have we No, oh my gosh, that elephant stands so still sometimes. And with there not being any other animals around now, there's a zebra on the right. I'm like, have we frozen? See there when he stands and you can just see his tail very gently moving. Shall we have a closer look at this elephant? Mel, who's directing today, says please excuse her camera movements. I couldn't do it. I think you're doing a much better job than what I would be able to. I'd be all over the show because I'm impatient and I'm not gentle. So I don't think I could do small, subtle movements. So well done on that. It's not an easy thing to do. Hello, elephant. There you go. A lovely bull. Look at how his tusks have been shaped. He's sort of worn them down quite a bit. It's interesting though. Obviously, tusk size and shape in terms of the way that they grow. Do they grow straight down? Do they curve back up? Is one tusk going to curve more in than the other? You name it. So that is dependent on genetics, but some elephants will have the bottom parts of their tusks, and even look at this one on the tusk on the right. Don't you think it looks like it's been flattened on the outside? How it, like maybe utilizing it a little bit more. um, and then others will have the top sides flattened and then the bottom sides sharper, or at kind of more of an angle. So it's just fascinating how no two elephants will use their tusks in exactly the same manner. And I suppose that's kind of the case even with us, how we would use a knife and fork will vary slightly, or a pair of chopsticks to one, or we write differently. So they all just have their own little mannerisms and techniques on how to do something. The principle is the same, but they might find it easier to do something one way or from the other. And then, as you know, normally the tusk that's worn down the most uh, will indicate kind of which side it is more dominant on.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
See, this is great. We can just about see into the elephant's ears with this angle, and you might even be able to see the water flowing from the pipe and into the pan. It also looks crystal clear at that section in comparison to the rest of the murky water, which is not a favorite for the elephants to drink. Well, there was a quite an interesting question that's come through. Apologies if I'm not saying your username correctly or your handle correctly. Azieb, you said, do I think that because the animals are relatively used to vehicles, that this gives poachers, on English, an advantage? Interesting, concept. However, I don't, and the reason why I say this is because there's very little poaching that's actually done in a vehicle. Most of it is done on foot, because if somebody were to come into a reserve with a vehicle, they're going to be heard, they're going to be seen, and also no one is going to let them in, especially if there's a manned gate, which are typically controlled with security guards, and quite often you need to have permission or be loaded onto the system prior, otherwise you will not be let into these reserves. So it's much easier to cut fences or to jump fences or go underneath holes that warthogs and hyenas have potentially kind of dug. There's a number of different ways to get in the reserve, but you're going to leave a lot less evidence if you go in on foot. And the poachers these days, they come up with all sorts of techniques to cover their tracks, whether it's dragging a branch behind them, walking backwards, putting socks over their shoes. I mean, there's 100 different ways to hide your tracks. And don't worry, I'm not giving the poachers any tips. They all know how to do this much better than I do, because I'm not a poacher. Um, and yeah, so it's really Yeah, I don't think that that would have necessarily have an effect. What I find is that with the animals becoming complacent around the vehicles, which is not a problem, it's just it's a recipe for more accidents to happen, if that makes sense. Because if an animal is more relaxed around you, right, it's going to get much closer without being on the wary side. And if an animal were to change its mind, or an individual were to do something that an animal doesn't like, it's very difficult to get away. So even though they are relaxed, it's important to keep your wits about you and not be complacent in those situations. I watched a video last night actually, and I think it must have been in the Kruger National Park or the Pilansberg National Park, but I suppose Kruger, where this couple had pulled off the side of the road to let a big elephant bull, and there was a few people in the sighting. Everyone was giving them space. There was no one pressuring. No one did anything wrong, and they moved off of the road, and there was plenty of space on the road, and also on the other side of the road there was flat vegetation for this big bull to walk past. I couldn't see, it didn't look like he was in must particularly, and the slightly younger bulls that go into must can be a bit on the naughty side, and a bit more boisterous. um and this big elephant bull walked, and until I'm going to come up to the vehicle, kind of walked past it and then reversed and sat on the bonnet of the car, the hood of the car, and crushed this entire vehicle. Thankfully, I think the people were okay in it, but you could hear them. They're like, we don't know what to do, and so yeah, things like that can happen. Elephant was probably just like, wow, this is a nice scratching post, because they're so used to the car. So be respectful of wildlife. Like I said, I'm not saying that those people did anything wrong. I only saw a short clip of the vehicle, and I thought from what I saw, they handled everything well to the best of their ability. So accidents can happen, and they happen very quickly. And most of the time, if something like that happens, especially when it involves an elephant, because of their size and those massive tusks, you're going to find yourself in hot water. So yeah, so that's kind of my opinion on that. But again, it's just my opinion, and you're of course entitled to your own. Perhaps you've had different experiences. But thank you for the question. I thought that was quite wonderful. Nice discussion. Domoliche, you've asked if elephants, and specifically tuskless elephants, have evolved as a result of poaching. So, poaching and hunting, yes. So, scientists have posed the theory that that is one of the reasons. Another reason could also be inbreeding. The example that I will use is, if for that, we will touch on both sides. If you go to Addo Elephant Park in the Eastern Cape, it's a national park, you'll notice there are quite a few elephants that have no tusks, and that's a closed ecosystem, so it's not open. So in order to change up genetics, that national park physically has to bring in new elephants and potentially swap out elephants, and the way that they would do that is really to introduce new elephant bulls. And they there's an example. However, in southern Africa, and specifically South Africa, because this is where we see it the most, um you'll notice, or not notice, sorry, that there are big open ecosystems, and quite often there's corridors that go into other countries, specifically Zimbabwe, Botswana, and Mozambique are the easiest, on sort of the north and to the east coast. So we've seen a huge change, and it's actually you're not very lucky. And I think most people go their whole lives without seeing a tusker, which is elephants that we would typically refer to with exceptionally large tusks. We don't see elephant cows with long tusks anymore. We see a lot more females with shorter tusks. But then you head up to East Africa, and you see the female elephants and the bulls. I should just say cows and bulls have got exceptionally large tusks in comparison, which is surprising because, the whole eastern part of Africa was involved in it's one of the most important trade routes, and especially places like Mombasa, um, that have, ports, or Dar es Salaam, you kind of name it. there would have been a lot of ivory trade kind of going on there too. But yeah, South Africa, it's a problem, and also hunting. Because remember, the hunters that were around in the late 1800s, going into early 1900s, they didn't want to shoot an elephant that didn't have very big tusks. They would ideally be going for elephants with much larger tusks. If it was just for meat, maybe they would just not be particularly picky and choose and hunt anything. I, of course, cannot comment too much on this because I wasn't around and I don't really know what their thinking was, and I haven't read too many of those the journals that were written by some of the most famous hunters within Africa. So I think it's a little bit of both, but I like the example of Addo in the Eastern Cape and with the restrictions of movements. So that's something we can take into consideration too. Yeah, so if you just consistently keep shooting out a specific gene, tusking gene, then it's not going to be passed down generation to generation. So it's not like the elephants have decided we're not growing tusks anymore, because then maybe there's a less chance of us being poached. Um, but it's like when you perform, what do you call it, with when you selective breeding, with dogs or cats to create specific breeds. We do it with wild animals too, to specifically try and find interesting um, colorations, specific colors for, like, maybe it's a golden wildebeest or whatever the case may be. So that's kind of the same thing as here. People have selected big animals that would carry that gene and slaughtered them.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
Sounds like the wind is picking up at Jamala now, this waterhole. I can just hear it every now and then on the camera. Oh, a lone impala searching about. These elephants have spent ages here. But I suppose when you're an elephant, what else have you got to do? You haven't got much, right? Gina Boo, you're wondering if, not if, how sensitive is the bottom of an elephant's foot? So it doesn't look like much, right? Because if you see the underside of an elephant, it just looks sort of calloused and hard and filled with cracks and grooves. But there's a layer of spongy, sort of fatty muscle substance, and that is highly sensitive. So elephants are able to pick up vibrations within the earth. So, if you will, they can hear sounds through their feet because elephants predominantly communicate through infrasounds, which is frequencies that are much lower uh, and are not audible to the human ear. So, so incredibly sensitive. I wish I could hear through my feet, although maybe I'd hear some things that I didn't want to. And then, Catherine, you said when the tusks grow for elephants their entire life, because that's what happens. Maybe in the areas with big tuskers, the bulls are just older. Potentially, that's the case. But to become a tusker, you have to have the genetic for it. So it's not every single elephant will have it, and that's also because of the extensive hunting and poaching that was done in the 1800s. So this is not something that is new. That is a problem that's really just started. This has been going on for the last couple of hundred years when people started exploring. Of course, native tribes to different areas in Africa where elephants were present would have, of course, been hunted, but for very different reasons. It wasn't overdone. It was just being done when absolutely necessary. And of course, as the European settlers started arriving, then everything kind of changed. So it's so fascinating to see how this goes. So for a tusker to sort of form, not to form, for those tusks to form, they grow. The biggest growth spurt that an elephant has is normally between, I would say, late 30s and late 40s, maybe even early 50s. And for those of you that have heard of Ezelweenie, he's a tusker that is seen quite often on the live safaris at Pridelands. That's one of the locations that WildEarth hosts the live safaris in. Not at the Waterhole, although it would be great if we had a camera actually at the Pridelands Waterhole because it's just filled with so much action all the time. Uh, so that growth spurt kind of happens. So it's very difficult to just protect a tusker when an elephant bull is younger because you have no idea if it's going to be one or not. So yes, there's a possibility that is the case, but they've got to have that gene in them. They can't just all of a sudden just sort of achieve it, and that's kind of the sad thing. Although when I was in Kruger last, it was sort of more around this central northern sections, not quite too far north, um, in Kruger, and I saw, I forget how many I did, but there were so many elephant bulls that looked like they were going to be great tuskers, which was amazing, and some of them didn't look particularly old either. So it's great that there are some individuals that are coming through. And just because they're showing tusks now, it doesn't mean that they haven't been mating before. So even when they were mating before, their tusks were really showing that they could eventually grow into being a tusker. Those genes are being passed on. No, stop drilling or sawing. There's a lodge that's just behind the camera, and they've been doing a lot of construction, but it seems to have subsided, so they must almost be done. So there's just a little bit of work here and there that's still going on. So you just have to excuse that. Oh, Sharon Grant, this is a great question. You said, should there be a major drought and all the water holes dry up, does conservationists intervene and fill up the water holes? So that is wonderful, Sharon. So yes, yes, absolutely. So this water hole that we're looking at right now is actually pumped. It's not an it it's obviously it's not probably we started off at a smaller pan of some kind, or they just actually flooded an area and then animals naturally came and started to form it. But for a reserve where it's a closed ecosystem, which is what Madikwe is, so there's an entire fence around the property, so animals can't migrate naturally. It is the responsibility of the reserve to provide water to these animals. So yes, they will. It's important not to have too many water holes within an ecosystem because you can really start to alter it. And I think the Kruger National Park is the best example where many years ago they introduced waterholes pretty much everywhere and they started to see the decline in certain animal species. And now they've realized their mistake, and now they're trying to rectify it. Again, I don't think it was anything it was not done maliciously. It's just they didn't know uh, any better back then. So it's great. At least us as humans, we recognize our mistakes, well, for the most part, and we do try and correct them where possible. So yes, and sadly, also a lot of the big river systems would have flown all year round. Climate change, big one, and then agricultural uses of water. So farmers siphoning water from the rivers to fill up dams has had a huge effect. So now most of the rivers only flow seasonally, and when animals would have naturally moved to drink water when the natural pans would have formed and then they would have dried up, then they'll just move. But now they can't do that anymore. But there are many different conservation organizations that are trying to rectify this and create more natural corridors. The the migrations can restart. Dumalukle, now another question, which is great. Thank you. You've said, do elephants have any symbiotic relationships with birds? Absolutely. I mean, there could be a long list of bird species that associate with elephants, but let's go through a couple of them. So elephants don't have oxpeckers, which is, I think, the most well-known symbiotic relationship through many different animals. But they don't have enough hair on their bodies to sort of warrant and provide enough food. Also, elephants have trunks, and oxpeckers can be a bit on the annoying side, right? They go into your eyes, they want to go up your nose, inside your ears, and elephants would just not tolerate something like that. So you'd probably be grabbed and tossed into the air. Could be quite fun. But we often see cattle egrets, which are these white birds with yellow beaks, and they'll follow elephants through the grass, especially in marshy sort of areas where they'll kick up a lot of, well, not necessarily kick up, but they'll disturb a lot of insects. So that is a commensalism symbiosis. So it's not that the elephants are really benefiting from the bird, but the bird gets a free meal. And also, who'd want to attack you when you're around a group of elephants? I'd probably just leave you alone and be quite brave. Then the cattle egrets also sit on the backs of elephants and kind of move through. So that's, again, I think, a really nice, safe position uh, to to be on the top of an elephant and move from point A to B. It's not normally long journeys because, of course, birds have got wings, and that's the most efficient way for them to travel huge distances. I've also seen lilac-breasted rollers, specifically in the Serengeti, Masai Mara, and also in Tarangire, which is in Tanzania, where they'll sit on elephants and move through the open plains, because when you have a grassland biome, there aren't very many trees around. So it's a grassland biome is described with, a variety of grass species with the occasional tree component. So those trees will be scattered and quite sparse. It obviously it depends. They'll line rivers and maybe rocky outcrops, but for the most part, there's not a lot of perching places, which is what a lilac-breasted roller needs, because they sit on a perch, they wait to see some movement, and then they'll swoop down and grab their prey, but they need to come back and eat it. So they can either eat it on the ground, although they prefer to just take it to a perch and then feast on it. They don't eat in the air or on the wing as some other bird species tend to do. So that's quite interesting. Can anyone think of anything else? Perhaps I've missed some. Maybe you've seen something interesting where birds have been interacting around elephants, and I'd love to hear. Ha! Well, this is a question that I've never been asked in my entire life from New Forester. He said, in the UK, the United Kingdom, for those of you that are not too sure, I had to think about that for a second. They sell lion poo to stop the deer eating flowers in your garden. Do you think it would stop the warthogs coming into yours, or would they just recognize it and want and that it wasn't fresh and ignore it? Ha! What a thought-provoking question. So I am surprised that deer respond to lion scat, because how do they even know what a lion is, right? And it's going to smell so unfamiliar from any of the other predators within the area. So I find that fascinating. So I don't necessarily know how they would associate to that. I mean, I suppose they've got more natural instinct than animals that we have domesticated. So if we start to talk about goats, sheep, and cattle, where they've really uh, don't really acknowledge predators all the time. Again, it depends on what area, right, that you're in, because so I'm not just saying, like, for example, maybe more European countries and in places in South Africa where animals are not, or people are farming domestic animals and then also being in a wildlife environment. So like say in Kenya, Tanzania, like the list is long there. So that's interesting that they're doing that. So how do you get lion scat into the country? Is it something that the zoos are providing, or safari parks? Can you imagine? I never thought, if there is, that there's um, an exportation company specifically looking for lion scat. We know that they're okay. I'll get into the lion and tiger bone trade just now because I'm digressing. So with warthogs, no, I don't think it would have an effect. They come across it quite regularly. So it's not necessarily going to bother them too much. If they do pick up on the scent, maybe they'll just be a bit more on alert, like kind of looking around, but they'll come across it all the time. So I don't think that would necessarily have an effect. One thing that is working very well in South Africa to protect plants and stuff is bees. But this is an experiment or a study that's been done with elephants specifically, and it's successful. So I wonder with warthogs, not I wonder, I imagine it would be the same thing. Most animals will stay clear of bees, especially African honeybees. They are an extremely aggressive species, and most animals, wild animals in Africa, would probably have come across bees at some point in their life. Um, Maybe I suppose it also comes down to the intelligence of an animal. They're able to associate it, but they must, because they can associate smells and sounds with specific animals, and then also visually. Not that I think warthogs will be able to see lots of bees very well, but they definitely hear them. And then the other thing that people do is they just put up these small electric fences. So, like, for an example, I have a really small fence around my house. It's not little, but it's not like 6 feet tall. And it's just made out of these wooden poles. So I've got gum poles planted. And then lengthwise, I've got we call them latta. So I don't know if it's pine, I suppose. I don't actually know what wood it is, to be honest. Anyways, and they're these sort of long cylindrical shapes, and they drill them into one another. And the only reason I have that up is to keep the warthogs away, because the warthogs are a nightmare. They are constantly coming into the garden, and then I don't mind that normally, but I have a dog, and they will kill a dog if they get the chance. So that's why. What's that? What's that bird? What is that at the back there? Oh, is it a crow or is it a raven? Sorry, I got excited. I actually thought for a moment it was a bird of prey just behind the elephant that's standing furthest away from us. Off it goes. Yeah, there it goes. It was just a pied crow. So just touching on what symbiotic relationships that elephants might have with birds. I see, Wally, you've said that there are fork-tailed drongos, and then leopard lover, you're also thinking of starlings. Absolutely, both of those bird species. And like I said, there are probably a whole bunch more. It's just not necessarily they're as prominent as those, or maybe as gutsy, sort of as bold as those bird species that we have mentioned. So that could also be the case. It was so interesting, though. I really like the family of birds called starlings. I think they're such underrated. You know, they're quite common in most areas. They tend, again, their ability to adapt to their environments means that they can survive in wild spaces, of course, which is preferred. But then also they do quite well in urban settlements. So that's one of the things that I obviously like about them. I don't like that we have a bunch of invasive starling species. That's not my favorite. But anyways, and they tend to be in the cities a lot more. But when I was in the Eastern Cape, so in South Africa, and at a reserve called Kariga, which some of you regular watchers of Wild Earth will know the name of that reserve. There weren't very many oxpeckers because of a bunch of different reasons. But anyways, what I did notice was the Cape starlings, or Cape glossy starlings, were fulfilling the role of an oxpecker. So I'd watch them fly up, and I specifically saw it on giraffe. And they would sort of not hover in the true sense, because there are only two true hovering species of birds in Southern Africa. So it's the pied kingfisher and the, what's wrong with me? Why can't I remember the other one? Black-shouldered kite. Sorry, black-winged kite. For a moment, my brain glitched. And they would fly up and sort of momentarily, they didn't really stay in one spot. And then they would pull off the engorged ticks from the nether regions of a giraffe. Fascinating, right? I've never seen that anywhere else. I was only seeing that in the Eastern Cape. So I thought, wow, that's clever of you to be able to do that. And I don't know if they did it because the few oxpeckers there, if they learnt the behavior from them, or if it was just something they just sort of thought, oh, well, I'll just give it a bash. I'll just try it out. Those look tasty. This elephant is single-handedly going to enter this borehole system. Leave it. You've had lots to drink. But being so picky about the water that you drink, and the water's not flowing out very fast from the pipe, and it's going to take them a bit longer to drink, because it'll be siphoning until most of its trunk is filled, and that's many liters that they can hold in their trunks, and then having to squirt it back in their mouth, where normally if there isn't a pipe that's available and they just have to drink from wherever, it's easier to just siphon up the water if there's a large quantity in front of you. Music lover, you said that elephants are your favorite animal. Well, that's great to hear. They're also my favorite mammal. I can watch them all day long. And this is something to maybe add to your bucket list if you ever come to South Africa, is, and this is what I would like to do all the time, is some lodges have swimming pools. Well, a lot of lodges have swimming pools. And some of them, because they're in open ecosystems and where dry season is in the winter months and there's not much food available or fresh water, the elephants will actually come and drink from the swimming pools. And I know you're all going to panic and go, what about the chlorine? Absolutely, it could affect them. And they do drink large quantities. Um, but I don't think that they would drink it all the time unless if it was causing that much trauma to them. But it's not great. But so what some lodges have actually done is they've built like little troughs around the edge of the pool that is exposed to the environment, and they fill that with borehole water. So it'll kind of be brackish water, and then the elephants will drink in that. But can you imagine being floating in a swimming pool? And I don't mean going right up to the edge, right, to interact with the elephants, and just kind of sitting there right? And just watching them, because it's such a lovely day. The sun has come out for the first time in about 3 days in Hoedspruit, and I just can't stop thinking about something like that. You do sometimes see some ridiculous videos on social media where people will intentionally get into the pool when elephants arrive, and you've got to be careful. Like, maybe it's a pool that's not raised and it's, on the same level as an elephant is standing. I would not be in the pool then. I'd get out and move away before they approached. I think that's dangerous. But a lot of them are raised, and as long as you keep a distance away from the ledge, then you'll be fine. But so, so, so special.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by it.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
finally, that elephant has finished drinking. After all of the drinking, now I'm sure it's quite toasty after baking in the sun, and perhaps is going to splash himself with more muddy water to encrust himself and hopefully help keep him cool. As you know, at 12 o'clock, we introduce Africans and a couple more live feeds that we can go and have a look at. So, what we might do in a little bit is have a change of scenery. But for now, gosh, these animals just arrive out of nowhere. Although it's the same two elephant bulls, but an impala and a couple more zebra. Just quenching their thirst very quickly. I was hoping to see some warthogs, but that's fine. We can't have it all in one day. I'll have to maybe wait until tomorrow. But it's so nice and peaceful currently. I'm glad that the construction has stopped, or maybe they were just doing some maintenance for the moment. And not one breeding herd has come around today. That's unusual. By this time, we've just been watching elephants. Oh, never mind. I should have said that a little bit earlier, right? They all come. This is my favorite. Even the elephant cow again, just having a look to the left. So I wonder what's going on there. Not enough to chase them away. Getting right in there to that nice fresh water. So these young elephants just start learning from a really young age as to what water is preferred. Well, it's not to say that they're not going to drink the other water because they don't quite know better just yet. I think it's an acquired taste. Harriet, you said hello, little ones. Yes, it's nice to see just two. Was it two or was it three cars? I can just see the two for now, but maybe there's one at the back. Yes, it looks like there's a small trunk and head, but not as tiny as the ones closest to us. Oh, come on, Bull, you've been there the entire time. Give everyone else a chance. Look at the cow. That's kind of going up to that big elephant bull. You can see how he's sticking his trunk out, investigating. Are you going to come a bit closer? They can see the cow has lifted her tail away from her body a little bit. Are you apprehensive, or you encourage him to come and have a sniff? Imagine if we could take a deep breath and pick up all of the chemical signals that are within the air. I mean, I suppose there's some that we associate, especially with food types or different scents of plants, or whether it's the petrichor smell that you get after rain, that very earthy smell. But that's so limited. I'd love to be able to understand how their olfactory system really works. So she seems quite interested in this bull. Him, not so much. He's turned and walking away from her. He's playing hard to get. It's also hard to age the elephant cow. It's not really an easy thing to do to age animals. Again, of course, there's guidelines on what we can use, but it's an elephant's size is very much determined on its genetics that have been passed down to it. But elephant cows are typically fully grown, maybe between 11 and 14 years old. It's also when they come into estrus for the first time. Not fully grown, but that was a silly word. Please retract that statement. I didn't mean to say that. But when they sort of start to become sexually reproductive, when they become mature, and they show a lot of interest in the bulls. She'll also, when she gets to that point, she'll sing an interesting song. They call it the estrus song, that can be heard from many kilometers away. So that'll be an opportunity for bulls to respond to her. Otherwise, they're going to use their sense of smell. They'll just constantly walk around. And with all the dung piles and urine that are on the ground, it's important that they do check them regularly, and then the bulls will be able to pick up if there's a cow in estrus and then kind of start following the trail from there. But she has a calf. So not her first estrus cycle, but that would be in fact be her first calf on the just to the left of her. So a couple more years before she'll come back into estrus. Or maybe no, actually no, that calf doesn't look too little. Come out to the side so I can see you again. Did it have little tusks already? I didn't see. Okay, big bull, out you get. Thank you. And off you go. Yeah, you can see that bull that was standing next to the car, encouraging this other bull to move on. Hey, she's mine. I don't know if that's what he's saying, but not impressed. But let's take a little break from Jamala. We can come back and hopefully more breeding herds will come through. We're going to head just further north from where the Jamala camera is and staying within Madikwe. Let's go check out Tau. Oh my goodness, all of the waterbuck and one kudu deciding to associate with the waterbuck. It looks like a young kudu. Maybe just went over to investigate the young waterbuck. Quite often we see species playing with one another, and especially youngsters, but a bit on the nervous side of the waterbuck cows. And of course, a blacksmith lapwing. What would a waterhole be, or a flooded area be, without a blacksmith lapwing? Now we know there are a lot of crocodiles around here. It's tricky though for a crocodile to move into the area where they're drinking. You can see there's a lot of grass, a lot of vegetation, and that'll be growing, directly on the ground. It's not floating vegetation, it's grass. So that's going to be tricky for a crocodile to hide itself. But as soon as this area starts to get rain, it's going to flood and the water will get deeper and deeper. And then these animals are going to be at even more risk of being caught. But crocodiles are patient creatures, though. They'll wait and then they'll learn patterns. Are these waterbuck drinking in the same spot every day? Are the kudu coming to a point? Is there zebra around, impala, you name it? The waterbuck, though, of course, also wade out into this wetland because look at all the green, lush vegetation. Kudu, where's your family? This is interesting that it's here on its own. I mean, the rest of its family could be close by, or it could have also been separated from its herd and is now just looking for any other animal to associate with because it's got a better chance of surviving with other animals rather than just being on its own. You saw nothing. You've just seen the three animals that I mentioned. We're going to head to a different camera now. We're going to go over to Mabula, which is an area that I haven't spent much time in. So we're here in Mabula now. No, we're not. We're in Tembe. Sorry, I thought we were going somewhere else. We are in... Are we? No, this is Mabula camera. I think that the strap is just not correct. Apologies, everyone. I'm not sure what happened there. There was obviously a loud buzz, and tech is going to try and work on it. I'm confused. That looked very much like Mabula, but I'm not so certain. Anyways, so elephants still around, still happily drinking. I suppose it's meant to be. We're supposed to just spend a lot of time with them.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
Oh, here we go. There's a nice breeding herd that have arrived just on the opposite side of the waterhole. Plenty of babies. And look at that tiny one. There's quite a big cow in the middle. And it's the smallest little elephant that's just in between mom's legs, rolling around in the water. Imagine what your first mud bath must feel like. There's some really amazing videos out there where you can see the elephant, the little calves are so young, and how excited they are to get into the water. I've also seen it, and this is obviously quite sad, with pangolins. There are a couple of pangolin pups, so youngsters that have been found with the illegal wildlife trade. And with the mothers being so stressed out, they stop producing milk. Look at mom helping the little elephant up to its feet. And I saw a video recently of a little pangolin that had its first mud bath, and it was having the best time ever. So it must feel so good on your skin. But it's just great to show, to demonstrate how elephants are so good at being mothers. I mean, that's tiny. That can't even be a month old. Look at it. What you doing, mom? You guiding it, looking, grabbing it by the bum, saying, "Come on, let's go this way." A little bit on the rough side, but I suppose when you're the size of an elephant, right, you're not going to be as delicate and dainty as a human. But babies are tough. They are really tough. There was a great question, actually. I want to dive into it now. It was from Leopard Lover. You've said, have you ever seen any animals that see their own reflection in glass or windows at lodges, and if they would react at all? So let's dive into the mirror test, and then I'll tell you about my experiences while we watch these elephants. So for those of you that don't know, there's ongoing testing with animals. I'm assuming that most of these tests are done in zoos or captive environments. And what they did was they would place mirrors in their enclosures or wherever the case may be, and then they would put a spot or a cross, but of a different color, right, that on their body somewhere, that if they were to look in the mirror, they should be able to see it, right, if they had that cognitive ability. And they've done it with a huge amount of animals. Let's, seeing as we're looking at elephants is one that they did it with, and they immediately noticed that there was something on their bodies that they hadn't seen before, and they kind of investigated and touched around on their faces or on their bodies where they could see that sort of mark. And sometimes the mark would rub off, and other times it wouldn't. Of course, elephants will go around. They do go around and look on the other side to make sure that it's not another individual, but then they come back. And you can clearly see that they're investigating their faces with their trunks, and responding to their own movements. It's not done in an aggressive manner. For example, the same thing was done with gorillas, and gorillas and chimpanzees are deemed, the most intelligent of the great apes. But yeah, with the gorillas, I think there's just one female that responded, but for the most part, the gorillas react in an aggressive response, which shows that they think it's another. Chimpanzees, no problem. They're all right. They've also done studies on magpies, which are a bird species. They are so smart. I mean, they can use tools, they mimic sounds. Dolphins, naturally, and orcas, they can recognize themselves. Rhesus monkeys is another one too. And we'll just throw in a domestic animal, pigs as well. But for those of you that don't know, that assume that pigs were quite simple, the Suidae family were quite simple. They're not. They're highly intelligent. Sometimes I wonder about warthogs' intelligence, though. I definitely think domesticated pigs are smarter than what they are, but I might be a bit, I don't, I don't know. Anyway, so some animals that I've seen reacting to reflections, southern ground hornbills. Southern ground hornbills can be a bit of a pain. So that's a really large bird species. It's in fact endangered. I'll just describe it in case you've never seen it, or you can pop it into Google and Google it. But it's a big black bird with red features around sort of the facial skin and then onto its throat. And they've got enormous beaks. So yeah, so that was interesting, and they smashed the glass. So they smashed sliding doors, so they become a bit of a problem. But again, that's not them recognizing themselves. They think it's an intruder, another individual. Otherwise, no. I mean, the hornbills, the other hornbill species like southern red-billed hornbills and yellow-billed hornbills that hang around, they pick at the window quite often, and I'm sure a number of bird species do that. But again, I don't think that they recognize themselves. Okay, let's head over to Tao again, and it seems as though there's a bird that we don't always see. And there we go. And just very quickly off to the right was a spoonbill, an African spoonbill. Did you all see that? Strange looking birds. We'll see if we can follow it. I actually think that this camera might have frozen. Oh no, it's not. Sorry, it hasn't. Oh, the spoonbill's coming back. I saw a little bird moving around, but that spurwing goose at the back is just hiding away and standing so still. So that's interesting. These are a wonderful birds. Maybe we can have a closer view of the spoonbill. It's going to be tricky to follow, so we won't go in too tight. But it's sorry, yes, of course, there's a delay in the camera. My apologies. Back we go because it ran away. There we go. So moving quite quickly through the water, and most people assume that spoonbills, because of the shape of their beaks, are filter feeders, but actually this is not the case. They have got these sensory nerves that run in their bills that is able to detect movement, and if they pick up on any movement, that bill will clamp shut and grab any prey. So plenty of frogs here. There should be some barbel species, maybe even the odd tilapia, which are both fish species, and everything else in between. But they don't eat vegetation. They are looking for amphibians, maybe even some mollusks and other invertebrates. And interestingly enough, is that spoonbills and ibises are actually in the same family, which is quite, not exactly related, but you can understand that. And they share common traits. Obviously, the long bill, and then ibises also have that sensory nerve that runs through their bill that enables them to feast on creatures below the surface of the earth. So I don't think that right now the spoonbill is actually actively looking for prey. I think just the constant movement and swaying from side to side, uh, picking up movement. And look how quick it is, right? You don't even see it clamp its bill shut, and it's definitely eating something. I don't know what it keeps grabbing, but like I said, it could be a number of different things. Very effective way to find food. And once again, with all this aquatic vegetation here, you're going to have a huge diversity of species of small creatures that might be living in the water, more so than just an open pan. And also helmeted guinea fowl at the back. So there was a white-faced duck, but all sorts of things going on here. Oh, and then just touching back on the mirror test, Wally, you said you've always thought pigs were smart and clean too. And you mentioned that the domesticated pigs have separate places for sleeping and pooping. Well, that's smart. That is very, very smart. So I wonder if they're going to be doing tests like this on more animals. Again, I think it's a different thing to do unless the animals are slightly domesticated or not. Maybe tame is another word, or another option. But like, I doubt you'd get much of a response from animals in a wild environment, because if you were to go out and place a mirror, the chances of them going to investigate rather than avoiding it is much greater. No, I mean, sorry, much greater, the avoidance of the foreign object. I just realized, I was like, oh, I didn't say that the right way around. This is where I wish we could like super zoom, right? And it was crystal clear so we could see the dragonflies. I'd love to come and sit at this waterhole and identify a number of different dragonfly species. I'll definitely do that next week because I'll be back next weekend on the live safaris. And one of my favorite things to do is actually sit at Gari Dam where the Juma Dam cam is and watch the dragonflies there. Perfect habitat for them. So we'll see if we get any different species. I love looking at the smaller, underappreciated um, animals. It's my favorite. It's also nice to challenge yourself because it's just so much that we don't know about them, and it's hard to identify them too. Although I say this and I struggle with birding sometimes. But even though Madikwe is quite a harsh environment for animals to live in, you can clearly see a difference between here and Namibia, right? The different biomes and just the diversity that it holds. Although more mammal species that we're seeing, I'm just trying to think what we see. Let me count. So at Tasha, we see a springback, we see elephant, we see the gemsbok, we see impala, we see kudu, we see the wildebeest come down too. Is that and giraffe? Of course, there's a bunch of others. Let's just talk about the ones that I've personally seen on the cameras. So that's 7. Am I missing any? Did I say zebra? I don't think I said zebra, so maybe that's 8. And then here at Tau, Madikwe, elephant, impala, zebra, wildebeest, kudu, red hartebeest, another special that we see every now and then, waterbuck, warthogs. Is that all? Is that all that we've seen? Obviously, I can't mention the animal that we just saw, which we're not allowed to see. I'll put them in, and it's 9 mammal species. But let me know. I've probably forgotten some. I always do when I ask myself these questions. I tend to forget what I even said.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
quite a bit of mud. So look how the mud is starting to dry up. And this water buck, I don't know why it's feeding this side. I don't know if it's because of the shade that's encouraging it there, but look how it's sinking into the mud. And as that starts to dry out, it's going to become like literally like clay, like a death trap. So that area where the waterbuck was, it's a lot more treacherous. And you wouldn't want an animal with short legs or a young animal to go traipsing around there because they definitely get stuck. Oh, just a couple of wildebeest doing what wildebeest do best, sitting out in the sun and minding their own business. And then another kudu coming in. So I haven't seen that the the young kudu calf, the young kudu calf, the kudu calf, Taylor. You know, it's like when we say the female lioness, that always makes me chuckle. But of course, we're only human. I didn't see if it went back, if it found its way home, but there's quite a few kudus scattered about here. I just thought it was unusual that such a young one had come out to drink unattended. Lots of Egyptian geese, also all scattered out to the left. There's a red knob coot as well, standing on the patch of mud. Is it a red knob coot? Yeah, red knob coot. Oh, there's a little one. Maybe that's mom. Elizabeth Carrero, you've asked if anybody knows what happened to the three Norman Lion brothers. You hope they got something to eat, and I don't know. I'm not sure. However, there are a couple of individuals. Where's Mr. H? Is Mr. H join us today? I actually don't know. But he's very clued up on what's going on with, and has been quite helpful with telling me about the different lions and their names and that type of thing. But no, I'm not 100% certain. But we'll wait for a response there. Oh, I can hear running, but maybe it's the waterbuck. Or it's charging around. The waterbuck just charging through the water. There's lots of birds. Our friend the heron is there. Also, did you sneak a peek at the little chalets that all the guests stay in here at Tower Lodge? Isn't that nice? You wouldn't need to go on safari. I would just sit on the deck and birdwatch. Rolo. Another great question. Thank you. Firstly, I just have to say, you've all asked such amazing questions today. The conversation has been so interesting, or at least I've thought. Rolo is wondering if I've ever seen a bird land on top of a crocodile. No, I can't say I've seen one on top of a crocodile. I have seen little three-banded plovers going up to crocodiles and pecking around their teeth. So that's an interesting behavior. I haven't seen it very often. I've seen a lot actually at Karongwe Game Reserve. There's this dam called Big Croc Dam, and there's plenty of crocodiles, and that's where I saw that behavior for the first time. But not anything sitting on top of a crocodile. I don't think a croc would mind, to be honest, if a relatively small bird landed on its back. I don't think it would be too bothered. But has anyone else seen any birds landing on top of crocodiles? I mean, the birds, you see these white-faced ducks, the heron, the spoonbills, you name it, they all move around and interact not necessarily with the crocodile itself. And the crocs don't mind too much, but there's always the possibility um, that they're opportunistic. Sorry, Tucker was about to go off and do something he's not supposed to, so I had to tell him to come back where he is. I'm actually sitting outside because it's so nice today. So crocodiles, of course, will eat lots of birds, but they predominantly eat fish. Yes, run off, little one. Stay close to mom. Was it yesterday that was it the day before? These days all blur with one another. Apparently, there were lions in the tree line somewhere that they could have moved off. Gosh, I don't have much time left. Can you believe it? What's it? 8 minutes until I end. We better go over to Kenya and check out Old Daniel. Oh my goodness. So Nadine is now directing. It was Mel earlier, and she said to me, let's maybe go check out Old Daniel because there's a couple of zebra. No, sorry everybody. Old Daniel just doesn't want me to appreciate the wildlife there. Perhaps it's saving itself for tomorrow. But I did have a chuckle. I don't know if you heard me, but Nadine was saying, who's directing now, there's just a few zebra there, and there were so many. That's so cool. They literally engulfed the screen. So elephants coming in and out. Some of the girls with their youngsters still sticking around. It looks like there's another big bull making his way down, shaking his head, swinging his trunk, telling that other bull to get out of his way. And that's what he's doing. You're going to swish him in the face with your tail. No, it's just he's not standing that close to him. Finally, the warthogs came down. Let's have a closer look at them. I was I was hoping a bit earlier that we'd be able to spend some time with them, and the warthog on the left has done exactly what I was hoping for. It's enjoying the mud. So let's see if everyone else is going to join in a wallow. Here we go. Look at them. There's so much place for them to wallow in, yet they all choose the same spot. That wasn't very quick. Something has disturbed them. Let's have a little pan to the left and see if we can get one last view of those warthogs. Well, one last view with me. Ta-da! There they are. Oh, look at it having a little roll around. Even the legs were in the air. Oh, there we go. That looks like fun. I think I could get involved. That would be something that I would enjoy. I'd have to put a swimming cap on, though. I wouldn't want my hair to be covered in this mud because that would take forever to get out. It looks like there's 2 sows with their piglets from last year, and hopefully we're going to see some little piglets soon. It shouldn't be too much longer. Maybe as we get into November. I can't say that I've seen any piglets yet. Liam, you've said babies everywhere. Well, it's only going to get better as breeding season has occurred with most of the animals, and now we're just waiting for the babies to pop. Wait, off they go. So in the next month, we'll see a lot of them dropping, the different animals. Oh, what's coming down there? Oh, Namakwa doves. That's one we can add to our list. I'm sure you saw them fly in very quickly to the left of the warthog. Awesome. So actually, it's not a bad view for birding. I was worried. Just elephants everywhere. I think the pigs are plotting coming back down to the water. Oh no, but with the elephants around, they're going to be a little bit on the hesitant side. Not that they're not used to elephants at all, but they move quite quickly, and I also wouldn't like to get entangled under an elephant's foot or feet. Sorry. No, turning away. Right, but sadly my time has come to an end. I hope that you all enjoyed it, and I'm going to see you tomorrow. But I'll be handing over to Ralph, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thanks very much, Taylor. And for any new viewers that have just joined us, hello and welcome to Live at the Waterhole. We're first up. We're coming to you live from Jamala in the northwest province of South Africa in the wonderful Madikwe Game Reserve. My name is Ralph Kirsten. And I tell you what, it's a little bit of a different angle here that we do have at Jamala. I think they've changed the camera overnight. So that is fantastic. We're getting a better view over the top of this waterhole. So same place, but different perspective. And that is just wonderful. And as per usual, please don't forget that this is a live and interactive experience. So we'd love for you to jump on board with us. and send us through your questions and your comments. You can do that by going on the WildEarth website and registering. You can also join the conversation on Twitter, now known as X, and you can do that by using the hashtag WildEarth. Also on the YouTube live chat. What is it that you'd like to talk about? What would you like to see? Whatever it is, send it through. We'd love to hear from you. It looks like it's quite a hot day here in Madikwe. It is to be expected. And when it is very hot, well, we can expect lots and lots of animals coming down to cool off. None more so than our wonderful pachyderms, Loxodonta africana, the wonderful elephants. It's obvious the warthogs were also enjoying the mud, but well, they got a little bit of a fright from something, and now they seem to be guarded by the big bull there. I don't know if he's watching them or if it's just a coincidence, but that's also on a very worn game path just heading up over there, and they're most likely made by the elephants coming in and out. There'll probably be quite a few of them in different directions coming in and out from this waterhole. With the amount of elephants that do come through here, and with there being over 1,500 individuals on the Madikwe Game Reserve of just over 75,000 hectares. A lot of big mega herbivores. So a nice time spent here with these elephants bathing, and I think we might see this all round, especially if it's hot at all the other locations. But we're not going to change of game reserve. We're sticking in Madikwe, but let's head to Africam Tau. So just a bit further north and closer to the Botswana border, we are here at the Tau Lodge. And it looks like the elephants all round in the reserve are feeling the heat. And so they're coming to enjoy themselves and cool off in the water holes. There'll also be lots of other animals wanting to try and join them, but they might need to give the elephants a bit of space. So they might take a back seat for now. And how's it? Back to you, leopard lover. Lovely to have you on board once again. And I'll be expecting lots of questions and comments coming through from you too. A couple of young males there in this kudu group, and the rest all being females. Very easy to tell between them. For long-time safari goers, yes, that is easy to understand. But for anybody that doesn't know, they have a real sexual dimorphism with the kudu. So the bulls, they have horns, and the females, they don't. So very easy to tell between them. And they also do like the thickets more than being out in the open. So very often you might see them quite nervous when they are out in the clearings like this. Any kind of danger presents itself or they get spooked, they'll head straight back for the thickets, in those areas where the ones in the background are coming out from. There's a lovely big bull here in the middle with his one broken tusk. He does look like he's got a little bit of a swagger to him, almost like he may be in must, but we'll have to have a little bit of a closer look before we can say definitively. And the giveaway would be very wet between the back legs, but sometimes it's difficult to tell here next to the waterhole, especially when they're spraying themselves with water. But then you just look at his body language, his mood, and with him pursuing the females, there's every chance that he is. Sometimes when they're just coming into must, they're not necessarily leaking from the penis just yet. But then you look at that swagger and the way they hang their trunk over their tusk a lot, and they just look menacing. So Ingrid, it's not extremely deep, this water hole, but it seems like the elephants, they like to drink on the left where they all were, and they're heading now, what I'm hoping is where they're going to be going for a bath and a pool party. It does look like that is exactly what's going to happen, because on the right-hand side of the water hole is a lovely mud bath area that they seem to like just for that. You can see here in the foreground a lazy crocodile. He's just watching this elephant with a spoon bill just off to its left. Now this elephant doing a head shake, that is an aggressive sort of movement, but it's maybe just because of this arriving breeding herd. It looks like he's looking in the direction of the bull there in the background though. So I do believe we've had quite a cold winter, and so the animals aren't quite used to the heat that is rolling through now. And that's why we might find them at the water a lot more than we think, as they get used to the heat that is going to continue over the next few months in summer. With a couple of spur-wing goose here in the foreground. They seem to be resident too. Yeah, now this is the side of the waterhole that they seem to prefer coming to Mudwallow, and that's exactly where they're heading. So I think that is the modus operandi of this particular breeding herd right now. Good news for us, because hopefully we can see of these youngsters rolling around in the mud and having an absolute whale of a time.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
Treats and gets away. In many cases, in fact, it's those younger females that are the ones that, for us as humans on foot, normally are put down. in those bad instances where they attract trails groups and so on, it seems to be on average more so those younger females that are the ones coming to get rid of the danger. But in the case of a trails group, it's humans, and they really mean business. And obviously then it's the trails leader. His business is to protect his group. So it's just a bit of a fight between the two security guards, if you want to say, of the humans and the elephants. And obviously, in the case where it's humans or elephants, we know who's going to be chosen there. So I'm not sure they're going to have an extended play time here. Sometimes with the breeding herds that have very young babies with them, they don't tend to hang about, especially when there's big bulls around. It can get a little bit pushy and shovey between the bulls trying to get in with the females. So they tend to move off rather quickly if they're not on their own. It's like a little moor hen just scuttling around in the real shallows. Looks like an Egyptian goose. There's a couple of moor hens chasing each other about in the shade. Starbuck, we often have this question, and I can tell you that it's there's not a real definitive answer to that. You need to spend some time actually observing a herd for you to be able to tell, who exactly is that. You can sort of see the inklings of who you would think it is. It's normally the oldest female in the breeding herd itself. It's the most experienced, and she's then the sort of spiritual leader of the group, and it's the one that then knows where the water holes are at specific times of the year through different seasons, where different food can be got at different times of the year as well. So then it's that's the one that the rest of the herd will follow. So not always the biggest, not always the strongest, but generally the oldest and more experienced. And as I say, just moving through like that, sometimes you can see it's the one in front, but it's not always. She could be in the middle with, assisting the younger females that have got babies and all that. So it's something you do need to take a little bit of time to work out. As we see these bulls now really enjoying the mud. They have less worries for them. They're not looking after the youngsters, etc. They're only worried about themselves. So they do tend to have a bit more fun than the females and the breeding herds at large. So an interesting story, just speaking of matriarchs, and I have said it before, but I think it's very pertinent. In Damaraland in Namibia, as you probably know, I've followed the desert elephants for many years and still do when I can get up there. But in the area on the Oegab River, there's a lovely camp called the Brandberg White Lady Lodge. And it is to the north of the Brandberg Mountain, the largest mountain in Namibia. But there is a herd of elephants that is quite resident there. And what happened one day was that they like to feed through the campsite, which is open. It's not fenced, and they do have a lot of salvadora bushes or mustard tree. So these elephants like feeding on it in particular times of the year. And at this time, they were feeding on these salvadora through the campsite. And the matriarch female, she fell into the sort of French drain pit of one of the toilets that the camp had built, and she was stuck in there. So the herd went ballistic. They were all trying to help her get out and everything, and this alerted all the staff at the lodge itself. There were also some other people in the campsite, and they were also very concerned. But eventually, after about 45 minutes to an hour, the herd realized that she couldn't get out, so they moved off and they went down the river. And off they went. So obviously, this elephant now is still stuck in this pit. Everybody didn't know what to do. It was very hot. She was in the sun. She was very stressed, and the whole sort of palaver with the breeding herd trying to get her out and then having to move off and leaving her on her own must have added to it, etc. And now contact with humans. But there were some very clever humans there on site at the time, which was lucky for her. So they started to spray her with water just to initially keep her cool. And then somebody had a brainstorm. Instead of trying to pull her out and use a vehicle and tie a rope around her neck or, around it, but still thinking of their own safety as well. Difficult to get that right. So somebody just said, let's get as many spades as possible and we'll just dig dirt into the hole around her. So that's what they did. They constantly dug dirt into the hole, and eventually it was high enough for her to step out. But this was now like I don't know the exact timings. It was 3 to 5 hours later that the herd had left. So she was out, she rested, she still stood and let the people spray it with water to keep her cool. She was obviously exhausted. And then slowly but surely she made her way down the river in the same direction that the breeding herd had moved to. So we assumed that she was going to catch up with the herd and everything was going to be fine, and so we hoped. But it was in fact found out that the next day they went looking for the breeding herd on a game drive, and they found that matriarch had been killed by the breeding herd. So the thinking is, and my opinion would be, is that in the moment where she was not able to get out of that hole and the time spent for the breeding herd to try and get her out, when they moved away, the next in line female took charge and assumed the matriarch role. Even though it was such a short space of time, I think they had moved on already and assumed that she was dead. So when she arrived back in the herd, there was an almighty fight with this now new matriarch, and she killed the exhausted ex-matriarch. So it just goes to show that the dynamics with elephants can change as well, not only with the bulls, but also with the females. And it can happen quite quickly too. And that power struggle is maybe sometimes more intense than we realize, because that was the new young up and coming matriarch's chance, and she wasn't going to relinquish the matriarch role just because the pre-matriarch had returned. She wasn't having any of it, and she tusked her, she stabbed her to death with her tusks. So very sad outcome for the matriarch, but with the assistance of the humans, it at least helped her get back to her herd. And unfortunately for her, it was too late. Dive bunny, yeah, it's a sad outcome, but wildlife and nature is ruthless. So yeah, even the change of the guard, sometimes it's not easy to relinquish that power when you become in charge. You can see it across a lot of different animals. When there is a change of the leader, they're not going to relinquish that. And yeah, it's a difficult one to stomach. But at the end of the day, that was the elephant's wish. And I don't know if it was because of maybe a lot of human smell on the elephant, or if it was purely just the change of the guard. I like to think it's more the latter, because they do move through a lot of areas where they come into contact with humans. But maybe it was that she was still exhausted, she was still stressed, and she wasn't in the right frame of mind to take back the leadership role. And so the the matriarch that had taken over put her out of her misery in her mind. You know, we see it with other animals too, even domestic dogs. If they see a sick animal or one that is had a bad injury or whatever, you see that natural instinct for them to want to kill it. And I think that is a very clear natural reaction from across the board in nature. Very often, when you do see a struggling animal, especially more predatory animals, they have that real instinct to want to kill it. And I think it naturally is a kind of soft way of putting it out of its misery, because naturally they don't have interventions from humans, and everything is left to themselves. So it's just interesting dynamics, and it's always different. And yeah, obviously in that particular instance, it didn't work out well for one particular elephant. But in other cases, sometimes you find remarkable um, behavior from animals, and a lot that we don't understand as well. So this elephant is resting in the mud, but keeping his snorkel well and truly clear of the water. He can continue breathing. But now, I think he's going to have a splash around and get a little bit more stuck in the mud. Now, I think that's a question from Nadine, our director. Do they ever get frights from fish? I'm pretty sure they could. I, I wouldn't say I've seen it many times, but I have seen elephants get in the Okavango and on the Kavango River. When the barbel run is on, you have thousands of barbel catfish that migrate in the river, and that's why it's called the barbel run. It does attract a lot of birds and predatory fish, crocodiles, everything follows it. It's a little bit like a mini sardine run, but in a more aquatic environment, not in the ocean. And I've seen elephants wallowing like this as sort of some of the shoals of barbel have come past, and it has definitely affected them. I don't know if it given them a fright, but it has almost moved them out of the area where these barbel are. They don't really like it. It's too active in the water for them, and I've seen them moved off. So yeah, like a couple of bulls wallowing like this in the Kabanga River, and the barbel run comes past, and they get out of there. They're not happy. So I think it's possible, Nadine. But I think in this kind of setting, in this environment, the fish are probably too small to really bother the elephants. You know, and in a lot of these pans, you get what you call killifish, which is Afrikaans for tickle, because they come to eat any kind of little dead skin cells on your skin. And I think they even have a similar species in Asia that they use for therapy. And you put your feet in there, and then they come and they eat off all the skin cells. But we've often wallowed just in little mud pools like this in many of the different game reserves, and most of them have got these killifish, as we call them, and it's quite a funny feeling. I can't stand it for too long, but which means that I can't wallow for too long, because you almost can't get away from them. Righty, so it seems like elephants all round, and that goes without saying. The hotter it is, the more chance we're going to have of them coming down, especially at this time of day, to drink and to wallow. So I think sticking with that theme, but changing of place, let's go to King's Camp. So this is also in the Greater Kruger National Park. We don't often spend too much time here because it's a little bit quiet, but I suspect going into summer now, we're going to see a lot more animals at this waterhole. It's in the Greater Kruger, so we can expect very similar sightings to what we might see at Djuma, for instance, or at any of the other Greater Kruger Africam and our WildEarth cameras. So this is nothing unusual. A small little breeding herd. Maybe there's some more elephants around, though. See, the water is a lot clearer here. It hasn't been as well used as the likes of Tau and Jamala, and not as many elephants all at once. So a female with a youngster there. That youngster probably about 3 or 4 years old, I would guess. Just looking at the size of the animal in comparison to its mother, as well as those little tusks that it has. Generally, tusks would be visible around about 2 years of age. So those have grown a little bit. So I would say 3 to 4 years of age.
It's that time of the year, filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
So it looks like these elephants now have also finished their drink. They might be heading off to go and feed. Yeah, so I think with them leaving, and we'll keep with the elephant. Whoa, there's a youngster now. Probably trying to chase off those very noisy, rackety Egyptian geese. Chase them, buddy. They deserve it. But now that they're leaving, I think we'll also do the same, and it wouldn't be untoward to go back to the action at Africam Tau. Well, it looks like once again this hammerkop is taking advantage of the movements of these elephant in the water, much like a little fork-tailed drongo would do on land as they walk through and they bump up the insects. Well, this hammerkop is now taking on aquatic organisms as a result of the movements of the elephants in the water. We've seen grey heron doing the same, as well as cattle egret. And I wonder if those black-winged stilts, or the one that I can see there in the background, maybe doing the same too. Now you see the grey heron has moved into the area, because as those elephants move, there will be tadpoles and frogs and everything trying to get out of the way of them, fish too. And then as they try and get away from the elephant, they jump from the frying pan into the fire. So, leopard lover, yes, South Africa does have hot springs. There's one, and we used to go on holiday to it every year when we were making our way down from the Highveld to the coast into the Eastern Cape. And there's one at Allowal North. It's called, I think it's at Allowal North. It's called Die Oog, or the Eye, and lovely hot springs there. I'm trying to think of other places where there are. I think there's one further up, or in the Free State somewhere. I know in Namibia, on the Fish River, at the bottom of the canyon, there's Eyes hot springs, extremely hot. They over 60 degrees, the water there. So it's not very comfortable to swim in. But they water it down with some of the fresh water, and at least it makes it a bit cooler. But yeah, you walk through the Fish River Canyon. It's boiling all the way, even in winter. And then you get through to the last camp, which is the Eyes Hot Springs. And then you're welcome to go in the hot water. But not for me. I prefer to get a cool off rather than a heat up after that long walk. But yeah, I'm just trying to think of any else. I'll have a look, see if I can't find any more. Leopard lover. So I think because I saw some screenshots on African that one of these crocodiles had been nesting, and it does look very much like that bush that it's under now. And Nadine, director, says that there might be, or they might have seen an egg there. I hope not, because that means that she hasn't covered it very well and it's probably going to get eaten the next time she goes down to the water. But we'll keep an eye on it. Hopefully, it's not going to get eaten by scavengers and predators that come through at night, or she protects it very well. Not a good sign that it's on the surface if it was indeed an egg that has been seen. So, with a hot spring topic that Leopard Lover has delved into, well, I've just found a little article on the Getaway magazine, which is a very famous sort of outdoor magazine in South Africa. And they say 5 of South Africa's top natural hot water springs. You're going to hear a lot of phrases like healing properties and revitalizing when you start looking into visiting natural hot spring. Why everything needs to be healing, we don't know. And this is obviously the Getaway magazine talking, not me. I'm just paraphrasing. I mean, if there's sulfur, manganese, and iron in my house's water, it's a cause for concern. But when it's in a hot spring, it's suddenly desirable? Question mark. But whether you believe the propaganda or not, or whether you just want to soak in a pool that never gets cold, we've gone and got you some choices if you want to get away this winter and soak away your troubles. And they've given 5 of the hot springs in South Africa. Bela Bela in Limpopo province. And the clue is in the name, or it was. We may know the area is Bela Bela, but it wasn't so long ago that it was called Warm Baths. So that one is a dead giveaway. And Bela Bela can be translated to the pot that boils, as we see these springbok coming down to drink now. Inside Bela Bela, there's Warmbat, or the Klein Kariba, just north of Bela Bela. So that's a lovely spot to visit that. Caledon in the Western Cape. They also have Montague in the Western Cape as well. Goodison in Natal, KwaZulu-Natal, that's another one too. And then Rimfasmark in the Northern Cape, probably near to the border of Namibia. So lovely hot springs throughout South Africa, probably best visited in winter. Yes, so comment that Macadudorp, as I like to call it. Mashadadorp, yes, hot springs there too. So nice reminders. Lekker. Thank you to the viewers for jumping on board. Okay, so this is always teeming with game, and we can come back here at any stage. I don't think there's going to be too much of a difference. Different animals, but still lots of them here. So for the meantime, I think let's just change of pace and place, and let's go to Africam Rosie's Pan. So also situated within the Greater Kruger National Park, which birds do we have here? They have a very high pitch. They've got a very turquoise front to them, and you generally see them in their numbers. They like to feed on the blue seed grass as well as use it for nesting. And those are the little blue waxbills. Weep, 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 weep. And I often think there's a cartoon where a little bird sings with such a high pitch that it eventually explodes. And the call of the blue waxbill is weep, weep, and he just, well, I've always think it in my head of that animation that eventually they all pop. But
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
So our mission here at WildEarth is to connect the world with nature. And if you'd like to help us in our quest, you can go onto the WildEarth website and click donate. However small the donation, it is highly appreciated and makes a huge difference. Okay, so I think even though we have been patient, we can still watch these cameras, so it doesn't matter. And the activity has sort of dropped here, but it was nice to see that little blue waxbill, even if just for a fleeting moment, as it was bathing. Something different, and you don't get to see them very often, if not that close anyway. So that being said, I think we'll have to go back to the action at Africam Tau. Always a busy waterhole, and yeah, today's no different. Full of waterfowl, and lots of animals coming down to drink, and I think we're going to have an ebb and flow here right through the show as the animals come to quench their thirst and cool off. So safari lover, yeah, I've seen animals using hot springs, like I say, particularly in winter. And at those, I've also been to warm baths. I totally forgot about it. And at the Oog in Allowal North in winter, you have a lot of the monkeys and the baboons. They go and lie in the water and warm up when it's freezing outside. So yes, definitely the primates. But I don't really see the other animals really using it in too much of a way, because that heat difference, I think, is a little bit scary for them, actually. But with the intelligent animals like primates, I think that's why I've pretty much only seen them doing it. But if anybody else has witnessed any animals using or utilizing or going into hot springs, let us know. We'd love to hear it. See this African spoonbill now coming through to probe, using that spoon-like bill, hence its name. It sort of just opens it a little bit and then goes from left to right, and if it touches anything, then it snaps down the bill and then throws whatever it's caught back into its throat. So there was also an interesting question coming through from David Wilson, and he was asking about my concern for what's happened at the Queen Elizabeth Wildlife Park in Uganda. And I've just, I didn't know anything had happened there, but just checking online quickly, and it seems the reports are that there were a few tourists that were killed in the national park. And it seems like there's a bit of unrest and so on in Uganda itself. So it does concern me, David. It always is concerning when you have that kind of unrest in any of the African countries in the world at large. So yes, the concern is there. I'm not going to get into the details too much of what exactly is going on there, but yeah, we've seen it in Zimbabwe, we've seen it in Mozambique, Angola. And it's always sad that especially that kind of thing will have a knock-on effect, and tourists maybe not want to come as much to that national park for fear of their safety, which is totally natural. Because you want to go on safari, you don't need to be worrying for your life. So yeah, it is a concern, and I hope they get it sorted and the safety is returned to the national park in Uganda. We've even had it on a local level in South Africa, and particularly in the parts of the Eastern Cape, in the lovely areas, remote areas of the Transkei, or now the Wild Coast. And there's, been some petty crime with tourists in those little small nature reserves. And some of it has turned violent as well. So it's a massive concern because people aren't going to go there anymore. And obviously the loss of life. So yeah, we always hope that the safety can be returned and the tourists can return to the national park, and also the security for the wildlife as well. So just going on the theme of the hot springs once again, we see these elephants just milling about in the background. In the foreground, the spoonbill still probing for food. And yeah, so I found something on the Utah Forge website, and they say geothermal energy has great benefits for people. But did you know that there are animals that use natural thermal heat in the form of hot springs and warm ground? Macaques, also a primate, better known as snow monkeys, are found throughout the main Japanese island of Honshu, and they are famous for soaking in local volcanic hot springs. Their bathing habit is a recent phenomenon that was first observed at a Karakukan onsen, a local guest house, in 1962. Snow monkeys seem to have adapted this habit from observing humans in the hot springs. Since then, this behavior has been passed on to the rest of their troops, and it has now become a part of their daily routine. Snow monkeys bathe in hot springs to preserve body heat to survive the cold and rigid winters. But recent studies have proven they also do this as a form of stress relief. So I think quite similar to what humans use it for. But interesting there as well that what I've witnessed is only primates doing it. And I think that that's maybe also as a result of observing humans in there too. And then they get curious and find out that it's quite a lacquer thing to do, a nice thing to do, a nice. I can only imagine though, if it's very cold, once they step out of there, they're going to be even colder than when they went in, because they have to dry off very quickly, and they don't have towels. So, although maybe they'll move in that direction and evolve that behavior as well. So unfortunately, I can't hear very clearly what. There's a lot of viewers asking what call is being heard. So you might have to describe it to me. Is it a grrrrip? Because the moor hens that were running around very close to the camera, they've got a quite a shrill call, and they do like that. So if that's the kind of call that you were hearing, it might be the moor hens. It's difficult to put these calls into phonetic. It's like if you look in some of the books, I actually do it just for fun sometimes with guests and with friends or whatever around the campsite. And I give them the bird book, and then I go to where they describe the call in words, and then see if they can actually make the call sound like the actual bird. And it's 99.99% completely wrong. So, for instance, if you look at an African fish eagle, I saw in one of the books it was described as Wea Haya Haya. So, if that's what an African fish eagle sounds like, well, I'll be darned. See, that spoonbill's now found itself a couple of whistling white-faced ducks for company. Oh, how cute is that? Look at those two little lovebirds just behind the spoonbill. Now, it does look like just the bull elephants have hung around, as we often find, and the breeding herds moved off for more important business. And just, breeding herds also generally do like to keep on the move, especially when there's lots of bulls around. I think it just, makes them feel a bit safer if they're moving away from them. And this was the bird that I was thinking could be what you might have been hearing earlier, but I can't be sure unless I actually hear it myself. So I'll be listening out now, although it's very soft on my side. So I'll try my best. So I love these hot days at this time of the day because just of the sheer activity that you get near to the waterhole. And I've spent months on end out for Escape to Nature when we used to have that, and running right through the day. So I also loved it then. However, my skin took a pounding. I was truly sunburnt, worse than a tomato. No matter how much I put the hat on, covered up, put sunscreen, is just spend that amount of time out in the middle of the day in these hot game reserves, yeah, you're bound to get roasted. And so I'm loving this just as much now, but I've got the added bonus that I'm not getting as sunburnt as I was. Even though it's lovely to be there in person, I'm just enjoying the lesser part of getting sunburnt. Alrighty, so these warthogs I think are going to start to have some fun, but we're going to jump around a little bit. Let's go to a couple of different places, and starting off, I think let's head just outside of Kimberley and let's check in with the flamingos at Kamfersdam. And I'm hoping for some displays today, as well as some wing salutes. That's what we should be expecting from these flamingos, both lesser and greater, going into breeding plumage. And anytime soon, we might also see them building those volcano-like mud nests. Looks like a couple of teals, either I think it's Cape teals. And there was also a pied avocet moving through on the shoreline, but disappeared off to the left. And this marching also in, synchronized marching, also part of their displaying and getting into their breeding cycle. So that's another thing that we can enjoy. It's going to be wonderful to see them get through this breeding season. So Polo, I think I got that right. Paolo, thanks for your question. So the bigger birds with the more interesting nests. I would say the bird that intrigues me the most is the southern ground hornbill in their massive cavities. So holes in trees, but they're huge birds, one of the biggest. And yeah, they go inside a tree. It's one of the reasons why they're so rare and actually endangered now. Is because of that requirement for their nesting. So what a lot of people have actually done, like you might do with owl boxes, a lot of people have put up, and it's worked with conservationists, etc. Sometimes it works, sometimes not, but they put up barrels in the fork of a tree to kind of simulate those cavities, and they make a hole in it. But it's not always to the liking of the hornbills, and they don't always accept it. So maybe there's also different smells on it as well. So, but I have seen ones that are successful in and around the Greater Kruger National Park. So it is. I would say that's number one. But I'll rack my brains and think of another one as well. Paolo. You know, some of the nests that I've seen are most interesting also are utilizing other nests to nest on top of. For instance, you know, you get a lot of eagles and vultures that will nest on top of the hammerkorps nest, because it makes a lovely flat platform on the top, and it's very sturdy, it's very hard, and it's normally in the fork of a tree. So it's quite convenient for them to do that. And a lot of material that the hammerkorps have brought, they kind of steal. So I think it's convenience as well. And also the likes of the sociable weaver's nest, the largest nest builders in the world, but not just by a single pair. That's multiple individuals, and they're very small birds as well. So we can't really say that they're the single biggest nest builder in the world. They just are the largest nests anywhere on the planet, but it's built by many of them. Anyway, lots of birds use their nests to nest on top of as well. White-backed vultures and some of the eagles as well. And just going further on that, although not big birds, the little pygmy falcon, they steal some of the nests of the sociable weavers, and they steal it for themselves. And you can always tell if you look up into the little entrances of the sociable weavers, and there's white mud entrances. It's not always white, but in the Etosha National Park area, where I've seen most of them, it's white because of the calcrete soil. But they will take mud from the area, and they make a mud entrance. So whatever the color of the soil is, I've seen it in the south as well, in the Sossusvlei area, and having a darker color to that entrance purely because the mud is a different color there. And so that's very interesting, and one of the smallest of the raptors being the little pygmy falcon. So I would say that that's probably my biggest and smallest interesting bird nests. But when you go even smaller, the little Cape Penduline tit has got an incredibly interesting nest. They make it with spider webs and lichen, and they have a false entrance, much like the hammerkop, but on a much smaller scale, and with different ingredients or the things that they use to build their nest. So yeah, from mud and reeds that the hammerkops use to spider webs that they use to kind of bind it, as well as lichen, and sometimes also flowers and all sorts of debris. But it's mainly spider webs that they use to bind the lichen together.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by it.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
So there's a bit of all sorts of activity going on. There's some flamingos flying around. There's some walking around. There's some preening. There's some sleeping. There's some wing stretching, wing saluting. So it's all busy. I think that flamingos would be the animal least susceptible to getting hiccups, because as we know, one of the cures for hiccups is to drink water upside down. Well, they do it every day. So I don't think flamingos will ever get hiccups. So now you can see here in the foreground as well, I have, these bubbles, all here in the front. I can tell you for a fact that that's catfish spawning. And I know that because I lived on the Klip River for many years. When I started to see that around this time of year, I used to go nuts because I know that it's an excellent fishing time of the year when you start to see that a little map spinner in there, and they cannot resist. And I always catch and release, but the amount of fun I used to have at this, just there, you can see it is catfish. I just saw the back of one, and you often see their whiskers coming out as well. But it's a lovely sign that they are spawning. It means that the water temperature has increased to the point that it starts to make them want to mate and spawn. And for me, this was the real indication now that summer's here. And there'll be various locations around Africa where you'll see exactly this, particularly at this time of year. And it is spawning catfish. Right, so nice to check in with the flamingos and all their activities. I'm sure we'll check in here once again at some stage. For me, it's always interesting that it seems like the prettier the bird, the more terrible the call. And the better the call, the more sort of drab, bland the color of the bird. Does it make sense to you? Well, it makes sense to me, but there's always the oddball. Sometimes you can get a pretty bird with a pretty call, but it's generally one or the other. Anyway, that being said, I think we're going to change of place, but I'm just going to work out where we should go. That's it. We're going to Tembe. And we've got a woolly-necked stork that's lying down. I wonder what's up. We also see a lot of woolly-necked storks. They do perform migration as well. But apparently this one was drinking, so it doesn't seem there's anything wrong with it. Maybe it's just having a bit of a rest. So Milo, not all birds will mirror each other or copy each other, I think is maybe what you're trying to say, or mimic each other. There's only a few of the real mimickers, call-wise, and like the drongo, or the fork-tailed drongos. We also know the Indian miners that you might see at Kwamaratani. They can be very good mimickers as well. Some of the little, like a chorus, the robin chat, very good mimicker too. And they tend to mimic birds that will give them an advantage, particularly like little predators. I've heard fork-tailed drongos mimicking crowned eagles, pearl-spotted owlets, but also just general songbirds that they mimic as well. So it's difficult to tell the exact reason why they always do it. When they do predatory birds, it's obvious that they're trying to get rid of competition. There might be a food source that's available, the likes of termite alates, and they're trying to get the upper hand so that they can get as much food as possible. I think it's also used to attract mates. The more you can mimic and the more elaborate call you have, the more attractive you would be to a mate and to a female fork-tailed drongo, as with the other mimickers. So not all of them, I don't really know, or I can't think of any birds that purely mimic. I know some, like the little owls, the little owlets, some of them have eyes on the back of their head. I think that's just to avoid being eaten by other bigger owls, so that they don't think that they have their head turned away from them and then they would have the upper hand. They've got eyes on the back of their heads, literally. Um, so when there is mimicry, it's always as a kind of deviation, or try to put predators off of them, or try to put competition off, and gain the upper hand. So, Bundu Basha, the Cape Penduline tit, unless it has changed name. I'm just going to quickly double check that for you, because sometimes I am a little bit outdated, I must confess, because some of my books are still from the 1990s. But I do try to keep up to date. And as far as I know, the Cape Penduline tit hasn't changed, but I'll just double check that for you. Yeah, so Bundibesha, I'm sure you know how to find birds in your bird book, but just in case, I can sort of just make sure that you're getting there. You want to look obviously under the tits, TIT, and then it should say Cape Penduline. The only other alternative, I think they might have changed it to, but I'm pretty sure they haven't, is the Southern Penduline tit. And there's a little bit of differences between a lot of people. What is the smallest bird in South Africa? Some might say the Cape Penduline tit, some might say the bronze manakin. And I've had people come through and say, well, Sassel says this, or Newman says that, and Roberts says this. And I think you might find that all of them have a slightly different size to the different birds, and some of them say that Cape Penduline tit is smaller, and some say that the bronze manakin is smaller. So I wonder which one is in fact really the smallest. But that being said, about small animals, these two female impala are very pregnant and are going to give birth to small little lambs anytime soon. I'm pretty sure of that. But nice to see an Nyala. It's not very often that we do see Nyala on this show in particular. We often see them in the bush, but they like to stay to the thickets, very much like kudu. And these three all look like females. I say, look, no, that's it's a young male, that one in the middle, because they grow up looking like females, and then once they get to the sort of size of an adult female, they start to grow those little horns, and then they start to change color. I think up until that point, it does help them sort of avoid any kind of conflict with adult bulls, and so they remain looking like a female up until that point that they're big enough to look after themselves, and then they get their real male colors. It's like interesting though. He's trying to horn the ground there. So, and another interesting thing, lots of people do know it, but not everybody here is a long-time viewer. With Nyala, we actually say that they're the sort of watershed between bulls and cows, or rams and ewes, because anything over 100 kilograms you would class as a bull and a cow. So all those species that both males and females are over 100 kilos, Those are bulls and cows. And under or below 100 kilos, you would say rams and ewes. However, with Nyala, we've got such extreme sexual dimorphism. The male and female are so different. They look completely different. And the bulls have got horns, and they are over 100 kilograms. And the females, they don't have horns, and we term them as ewes because they only get to about 70 kilos. So it's quite interesting that with Nyala, we say Nyala bull, but with the females, we say Nyala ewe. So there's an interesting comment from Rose in the UK, and well, comment / question. She's saying, why do we, the WildEarth guides, call impala young lambs when they should be calves? So this also goes to where we have a watershed between 100 kilograms. So bulls and cows give birth to calves. But rams and ewes give birth to lambs. So that is indeed why we say impala lambs and not impala calves. But we will say buffalo calves, we'll say elephant calves, but we'll say duiker lambs, impala lambs, and all the other small antelope below 100 kilograms will be not the lamb, the adults will be lambs. And I'm sure you get what I'm saying. So that therein is the reason. So leopard lovers also asking about, and first sort of statement in the beginning, we have a lot of wild brumbies. So I would assume that this is in Australia, leopard lover, but please correct me if I'm wrong. Asian buffalo and bush pigs, also pests, and they cull them. Do you know of any place which has been able to control a feral population without culling by using animals? Yeah, first and foremost, one of the first conservation projects that I was involved in when I was studying in Pretoria was controlling feral pigeon populations using falcons. So both peregrine, mainly peregrine, but also lanner falcons. So we brought falconers in, and the project was really good, and we were able to pretty much annihilate this population of feral pigeons. The problem with those feral pigeons was that they were defecating a lot on the high-rise buildings and blocks of flats. And all right, I'm going to stop right there because there's excitement at Africam Tower. And what was going on was the crocodile chasing the elephants. So I definitely think that this crocodile is protecting its nest because it would not chase the elephant for any other reason than for protecting its nest. Yeah, it goes again. Off you go, buddy. Good girl. Maybe this time you're going to be successful. I really hope so. So just finishing on the story there. Just quickly, just to tell you, was that the urine and I think it was also the nitrogen that was in the defecation of the feral pigeons was breaking down the concrete on these buildings, and they were literally in the process of crumbling. So that's why we got involved, and they got in conservation, and we were part of that as students, and we were bringing in falconers to both chase and obviously kill the feral pigeons. So that was one project that I can immediately say off the top of my head that yes, we can use animals to get rid of feral or exotic or pests, problem animals, especially when they're exotic.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
So Warboy suggested that it's not a moor hen, this bird call that we're trying to work out. And while we're doing that, this warthog is taking a chance. I don't think the crocodile has quite realized where it is. If it sees this warthog, I think it's going to be running over there to chase it off. And anyway, while we're waiting for that to happen, Warboy says that this bird call has got quite a complicated whirring and clicking. Could it not be a black-backed puffback? Not in the wee, wee, wee part of it, but they also do a click, 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 wee. Difficult for me to be able to do it either, but there is a complicated part to their call other than the wee, wee. That is potential, according to your description. I don't know if it was that kind of or that elaborate. But it did make me think in that direction. Or could it be something like a little bleating warbler? Now the green-backed Cameroptera. Well, this warthog looks like he's got a death wish. Careful, buddy. That crocodile is not very happy. Oopsie. Yeah, there we go. Or if it's a lot more high pitched than what I've been talking about, we could be talking about is it something like wee 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 wee? That is like a blue waxbill. There might be, if it's very high pitched, I'm not getting high enough for that call. Maybe even some of the little firefinches, Jamisons, potentially. But you're going to have to give me some direction unless I'm able to hear it, which I'm still listening out for. So a couple of more questions coming in. This is lovely, folks. Thanks for all the questions that you are sending in. I'm going to try and get to all of them. It's not always possible, but I'll do my best. Now, DJ Waffle, nice handle that. What's the largest elephant a crocodile would try to take down to eat? DJ Waffle, I'm pretty sure that in my experience, it's normally just the youngsters. I have seen them try to take adults, but that's where you end up seeing adults with a shorter trunk. It's not always down to snares. You can have a lot of crocodiles actually try to take a crocodile and an elephant, but they obviously just grab onto the end of their trunk while they're drinking, and then and the elephant pulls back and they literally just rip off that little end piece that the crocodile's gotten a hold of. But I've never seen them actually successfully take down, pull an elephant all the way into the water. Generally, the adults, if they grab a youngster, which I've seen, they go ballistic and, they run and start trampling on the crocodile and very quickly lets go and it's back into the water. So they don't really stand a chance unless there's an isolated little baby off on its own. The crocodile grabs it and pulls it in very quickly before the adults can get there. But in this instance, I've never seen it occurring. I'm pretty sure it's possible, and it probably has occurred, but not in my experience. Now, Elizabeth Carrero was asking, are crocodiles afraid of lions on land? Yes, they are. And crocodiles, whenever they're on land, even if I walk past there, I'm going to get a fright just as much as the crocodile if I didn't know that it was there. And I've done this on many occasions, fishing in the Zambezi and in the Okavango Delta and in other places in Namibia, the Kunene River, etc., and come across crocodiles while I'm looking for a nice fishing spot that are sort of, and I'm between the crocodile and the land. And we both get an almighty fright, and the crocodile immediately runs for the water, bashes through the reeds, whatever. And so I've even come across like almost 5-meter crocodiles. They probably could have swallowed me whole. I was a young child at the time, near to Shikawi on the Kavango River, and we were walking through these reeds to go and see if we could get close where it looked like a good bream fishing spot with our earthworms. And as I walked through the reeds and stepped into the mud, there was this massive crocodile, and I actually thought I was going to die. But it ran, and it seemed like it was coming at me, but it went straight past me and just bashed into the water, charged into the water, and disappeared. So crocodiles are scared of humans, big animals on land. Obviously, in this case, we've got a female protecting her nest. So there's always just those things that make it a little bit different. It's for instance, lions. They run away from humans during the day, and when we're out on trail, they're actually very disappointing animal to trail, because when you see them, they're normally running away. So you can spend the whole day trailing a pride of lions, and the moment that you actually get eyes on them, they've spotted you and they're running away. Those exact same lions, though, at night, totally different animal. They grow an arm and a leg, and you won't see me walking around in the bush at night. But I don't have a problem approaching, trailing, looking for lions during the day. There are instances, though, when you don't want to be trailing them. Firstly, when they've got cubs. Secondly, if they're injured. Thirdly, if they're mating. And those three very important instances, you shouldn't trail and follow up on lions. And if you're unlucky enough to get close to them, and the fourth one also, if they're on a kill, then they can be, a different beast. But generally, when you see them, they run away. But at night, no, not so cool. That's why we don't walk at night at any time unless it's unavoidable. So, nice question here from Concrete Jungle Man as well. He's saying in Blighty in the UK, we have an overabundance, I'm sure in certain parts, of deer. How might they be controlled? Well, Concrete Jungle Man, that's, sure, what is, for me, you always got to look at the reason why they've started to become overpopulated. And you need to start there. So it's probably that there's not enough predators, and then it's a difficult situation because when you don't have enough predators, and I know it's a difficult social thing to talk about, and a lot of people are anti, but I just talk the facts and wildlife and conservation, and always research mixed with experience, but I never say that something is completely right or wrong. But in my opinion, if you have an overabundance of deer, and the conservationists in the area are looking for ways to control them, it's going to either be a natural control, which would be through introducing predators. But what predators would you naturally have occurring in Britain that would be able to take down deer? I think it's probably only lions that historically, thousands of years ago, have been decimated. So I don't know if lions would be a solution, especially in Britain and in sort of free to roam. I don't think that's going to happen. So in the absence of predators, we speak of it in national parks and game reserves as well. There needs to be a simulation of predators, and that comes down to hunting them. So it's sustainable utilization. If there's too many of them, unfortunately, they probably need to be shot. But then use the meat gained, the skin gained, for feeding back into the conservation of maybe the other animals that have dropped in population as a result of this overpopulation of deer, or just into whatever kind of charities, conservation-wise, that could gain from the economic input that could be gained from the meat and the fur and the sustainable harvesting of the deer. Seeing as there is an overabundance, I would suggest that unless there's a counter argument, you need to simulate predators if there aren't any, especially when you have overpopulations of animals such as deer. And Baobab Girl, thanks very much. I think you've answered the question of the bird that I couldn't hear, but lots of chirping and whirring and whatnot. It makes a lot of sense now, Baobab Girl. Thank you for your insight. And she's saying that it's from the weavers. And there's a bush on the opposite side of the waterhole here that's almost directly in line with the camera. And we've seen the southern masked weavers, males, starting to build their nests and also trying to attract the females. And they sort of consistently chirp and call, and it's a lovely sound that they make. But that also then does feed into, I think it was Warboy who told me exactly what it sounded like. with complicated whirring and clicking. Yeah, that sounds like it makes sense.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
Yeah, now there's barefoot. You've put in a lovely question. Is the scent of a flower stronger for the less attractive flower to draw insects to it? Well, in this instance, barefoot, I was chatting about earlier that in general, I think that the prettier birds don't have such a great call, and the birds that have lovely calls generally aren't that pretty. So it goes to, or makes you think that they're compensating, or they're not expressing energy into coloration. They're putting it more into their call, or the other way around. And I think that would also probably be true with flowers. Less energy into the sight of the color of the flower, and more into the flower, the smell, and the opposite can be true too. So as per usual, still some of our elephants hanging around. And it looks like some more bulls. Probably also want to feed on this lovely green grass inside the waterhole itself. All right, so we're gonna risk it because there's been a little bit of picture breakup there, but I like rolling the dice, so I'm rolling the dice and heading us into East Africa and Africam Old Donyo. We're obviously, one of the busiest of all the water holes, a lovely big group of zebra. And as I say, we'll stay here as long as we can, but if the picture breaks up or it freezes, we're not going to stay watching that, and we'll head back to one of the other water holes where there is activity. But for now, let's enjoy this dazzle of stripes. I'm sure there's going to be lots of kicking and biting with a convergence of a number of different harems. The stallions normally take 10 to 15 or so females within their harem. They can't really keep many more than that because then the other stallions start stealing them. They just can't keep that amount of females in their control. And that's where there does then lead to conflict, and they're constantly trying to steal other stallions' females. So there's lots of jostling, lots of fighting, lots of competition, but it's so interesting to watch. And another day where it's just not clear enough for us to see through to Mount Kilimanjaro in the background. Lots of rain clouds around, though, however, and that does bode well, especially when the rains start falling. But it doesn't allow us to have that lovely view. I think earlier on in the mornings, when it's a bit clearer, you can watch it on Africam, and you can get that lovely view of the largest mountain in Africa. And we have a frozen screen once more. So headed on over as our backup plan to Okokuyo, the place where the lady gives birth every year. That's what Okokuyo means in Oshivambo, which is one of the languages spoken in Namibia. And in the Tosha National Park, which means the Great White Place of Namibia, which literally translated means the barren wasteland, which Namibia is anything but. That's why we now start to, well, we have for many years, especially since I've been going there, pushing people to understand that it's more of a living desert than anything else. So many organisms make their existence real in these parts. It's the real specialists that live in this environment, however. Etosha, of course, does allow for some of the animals that are water dependent to survive. Like the elephants, the zebra, the giraffe. So the true desert adapted animals are more like the springbok, the oryx, the gemsbok, ostriches, ground squirrels, even eland, all animals that never need to drink water in their lives. They are that water efficient. When it's available, they will, as you see here. In fact, you see swimming zebra, springbok, and oryx. But they could survive without it. All right, so it's not too busy here, but I'm sure there will be animals coming down. I'm hoping still for elephants. It's a little bit hazy, looks like a westerly wind, which is a little bit strange because normally when it's hazy like this, it's more of an easterly wind. So strange weather here today in Etosha. But that being said, while it's quiet, I think let's head back to the Madikwe Game Reserve and Jamala. We're a lovely overhead view of small breeding herd. It might be part of a bigger herd. They do seem to split up and all go to different spots. They do like it on this spot, though. It seems like this is where the fresh water comes out, I believe. But a nice question comes through from Dumo Michael, saying, what are the factors that influence the pride size of lions? So, Dumo, first and foremost, the amount of lions that you have anywhere is directly related to the amount of food that's available to them. So, prey species, because you can never have more lions than you do have prey, and there needs to be easily available prey for them. And then there's no real limiting factor in the size that the pride of lions can get to. We've seen super prides of lions in the Okavango, the area around Okavango, Savuti and Moremi, where they'll end up hunting elephants. But I think historically we probably could have been 50 plus in some of those prides. We do see very big prides as well in the Masai Mara in Kenya, very big food availability. I think that the limiting factor for those prides in the Serengeti and the Masai Mara is the migration, because not when the migration arrives, but when it leaves. Because when the migration is on the go, they literally have an abundance of food. They can pick and choose. They can literally eat 5 bites out of a wildebeest and just go and pick another one, and then another one and another one. So you land up, the lions are almost, they gorge. There's too much food. And the area or the territories of the lions is much smaller as well. And so it sustains massive amounts of lions during that period. But then suddenly the migration leaves. And yes, animals do remain, but nothing like it was, and nothing close to as easy as it was as well. Suddenly they've got to hunt. They can't just wait behind a bush and the wildebeest comes past. They've literally got to go out in search of them and hunting them, etc. So that period when the migration is there, does that make them a little bit lazy? It also sustains a lot of lions. But when they leave, it's not quite the same. And during that period, you have a lot of conflict, a lot of competition between the prides, and they literally start killing each other because there's less food and there's less, space available for the lions to move to find the food. And so they get into each other's territories, and I think so during that time. So I think it's both. It's both the availability of food, but also the concentration of other lions and the size of their territories in accordance with the geographical location that they find themselves in. So where it's possible, there's enough food and there's enough space and not too much competition, I think the prides of lions could get huge. But we've also enclosed them in a lot of these national parks, etc. There's only so much space that they have and so much food that they can get to. So I think that's the limiting factor now, and why we don't see anything more really than the likes of Moremi and Savuti, where you've got probably some of the largest areas and food availability for those lions, hence the reason why we get those super prides. So a lovely comment coming through from Susie, who's loving the Africam segments. And thanks for the kind words, Susie in Cape Town. Lovely to hear from you, and glad you're enjoying the show. So Spaz Lankov, thanks for your question. And you were asking, or firstly saying interesting theory on the call and the color of the birds. And you wonder how that connects with how they attract partners using their call. So Spaz, it's generally the more elaborate the call, the louder the call. It's different from species to species with birds. A good example is frogs as well. They call to attract mates in the waterhole, and the females will go in the direction because they can't really see anything. They just follow the sound of the loudest, proudest call that sounds the best, and then in so doing find their mate at the end of the sound of the call. But what's interesting then is you have some sort of kleptoparasites or that very clever frogs that don't call at all. They just go and sit in the line of the loudest calling frog and take the female that comes in thinking that he's the one making the call. So I love that because he's outthinking his stronger rival. Which is impressive. And you get birds that, they're all doing that all the time as well. And here, I'm pretty sure you might be hearing these weavers as well. They're looking like they're also southern masked weavers. Their nests look similar or the same. They don't seem to have much of a tunnel coming down from the entrance. So without being able to see them very clearly, I can see the yellow and some of the black around the face. So I'm pretty sure. So it seems like the Zoomy who's operating the camera agrees with me in that it's southern masked weavers. So the same as what you would have been hearing at Africam Tower, albeit not as many nests there. There's only a couple on the opposite side of the water, directly in line with that camera itself. And definitely not as busy as these guys. And I have explained it before, but they're very interesting because you'll see them coming to the nest. Sometimes it's to actually tie the grass and carry on the building. But at other times they'll hang just at the entrance and they hang upside down and they sort of flitter their wings. That's in display to try and attract a female. When they do that, there's normally these very drab-looking brown females somewhere around, either in the bush or on the ground, and they're watching them. And then the one with the best sort of flitter, the little dance, it will attract a female. She'll come up, and it's the color of the male, the call of the male, as well as the little dance of the male that attracts the female to come and inspect the nest. So that's first point one to the male. And so he's managed to attract the female. She'll then come in and inspect the nest. If she finds it, she agrees, or she's positive in her inspection. She thinks it's good. Then he'll be able to mate with her, and she'll lay eggs, and then he'll go off and start another nest, and the exact same process. But if she doesn't like it, she'll either leave or she'll literally cut the nest down. and then he needs to start again. And the reason she does that is because she doesn't want to be attracted by that same male again, and have to go through the same process, because she liked his call and the way he looked, but his nest building is just not up to scratch. So she cuts it down, and then she listens out for the next best sounding and looking male, and to go and inspect his nest. And the more experienced the males are, the more nests and females that they'll be able to the nest build, and females be able to attract, and then they'll have 5, 6, 7, even up to 10 nests with females in, all with babies, chicks, and so then they obviously passing on their genetics to a lot more offspring. And the less experienced males, they're lucky if they get through one nest without the females all cutting it down. It's very interesting to watch, and now it's almost like that the process. I find it intriguing to try and identify which are the males that are successful and how many nests they've managed to build, and which ones are still trying to work it out, and the females aren't happy with their building work. And very much a sign of spring as well. It's just the new life. It's one of those calls that are always attached to the sound of summer. So it's always a welcoming sound for me. And fascinating to sit and watch them. It's something else. So Bundu Bash has also got a question saying, do they build their nests at a height determined by the oncoming rains? Maybe this is an old wives' tale. I think there's a lot to think about with this Bundu Bash, because I think evolution-wise, I don't think that sometimes birds and with not a majorly high level of intelligence, but very high level of inherent capability and evolved capability inherited, because you'll probably find that a lot of the birds that build at a certain height and on a certain side of a tree will end up being more successful. And then the following generations will do exactly the same without thinking. It's just, passed on through the genetics, and probably from the site that they hatched from, some kind of returning capability to that same site that they were brought up by the adults. So I don't know if it's an old wives' tale, but I think there's so many different things that we could delve into as to the exact reasoning why birds nest in those particular spots. But I think that's definitely got a lot to do with it in the successfulness of the previous generation. It gets passed on through to the next, and pretty much an evolved behavior linked to the successful nesting sites of the previous generations.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by it.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
And I say that because I used to manage a reserve, and I pretty much lost my job in the end because of the conflict that I had with the mentality of farming techniques versus my mentality of wilderness natural methods to try and control feral populations or overpopulations of animals, etc. I was tasked with controlling the population of jackals, and so I put forward the idea of introducing brown hyena, and I was told that I'm not going to be able to do that. I must just shoot them, and I refused, and it was one of the reasons why I got fired. Anyway, I stuck to my guns as I always will, especially when I know that there's a better option to take. And yeah, just leaning on those old farming methods. I don't agree with, especially when there's something much easier and more natural to solve the whole situation. So that's me, though, and yeah, I found myself another job, so it's all good. But I would have loved to have stayed there, but not under those conditions, especially when we shooting animals unnecessarily. There's always a little bit of a you've got to be able to weigh everything up. I still want to be morally and ethically good. It's not about. I don't agree with trophy hunting, but hunting has its place. But just shooting jackals when we have another easier method to be able to control them, then I'm not going to agree with it. So, yeah, there's always arguments for and against, but in that instance, I went definitely against just shooting jackals. I don't like that kind of way of thinking. So, anyway. Now I get to sit on live at the Waterhole and chat with you. So that's how I always think everything happens for a reason, and some jobs you just aren't meant to be in. Right, so it's been lovely here at Tembe with all of these birdies, but I think let's just have a last little stop in with those elephants at Jamala. I think it's lovely to start with them. I think it's awesome to finish with them. Elephants are just such amazing creatures, and so that's where we pay homage to them. And with that being said, we are heading now just in the last little bit of the show. So please don't forget that directly after this, there is the sunset safari. And the naturalists will be out and about and doing their best to find whatever they can. Let's hope they find some spots and some predators, although it probably is going to be a little bit hot for now. So maybe a little bit later on, they'll be able to find them. But anyway, I wish them luck, and I wish you luck if you are going to be joining them. Then tomorrow morning, there'll be the sunrise safari, and it's from 10:30 that we'll be back on live at the Waterhole. I'll have a little bit of a break, but then in not too long, I'll be back as one of the naturalists out on the roaming teams, and I'll be back in the Amakala Game Reserve. So a little bit of a break, but I will see you soon again. And with that being said, thanks very much for joining us. Of course, thanks to the wildlife for being the stars of the show. And of course, always to the WildEarth team who make it all possible. You guys rock. And girls, of course. When I say guys, I mean guys and girls, yeah. It's a nice way to end with these Ellies drinking here at Jamala. Wish you all the best, folks. I'll see you again soon. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye for now.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.